1988 Putnam County Fair.
Good evening and welcome to the 1988 Putnam County Fair. Tonight is the Open to the World Horse Show, and we have with us Debbie Norris. Hi, Debbie.
Hi. I'm glad to be here.
We're glad you're here too.
And Roy Fox.
Yeah, and Roy Fox is the horse show chairman, right?
Right.
Tell us, what does that mean? What kind of a job you have to do as the horse show chairman?
Well, that consists of getting everything complete from one end to the other, getting the horse show together. We have meetings. We have a committee that we vote on who the judge, the this and that, and there's a lot of work to it that a lot of people don't know about. Now, there really is.
I believe that, wouldn't you?
Yes.
And well, we've been working on it about 2 or 3 months now. And tonight I didn't know how it was going to go, and we still don't. But it's not too bad a job, but there is a lot of work in it. A lot of work.
Are you from around here? Are
Yes,
you from
ma'am.
Cookville? Or?
I've been here in Cookville about 18 years now. Originally, I'm from Crossville.
Well, now,
Up in there.
you've been showing horses, too, for how many years?
Do I have to say?
Over 10.
Over 10, yes, over 10 years. Yeah. But I've retired out of it now. I've retired out of it.
You've retired out of it, huh? But you've moved into
I-
something else that probably takes just as much time.
More
time.
Of course, my grandson, I've got him doing it now.
Oh, that's
He
good.
was the one last year, the little tot.
Uh-huh.
He was one in it last year.
Well, that's
But
great.
I didn't have shoes on a horse tonight to bring him, so he's missing out tonight.
Debbie?
And actually, you'll probably start working on next year's program now. And you have,
Yeah.
what, meetings about once every 2 months until about 3 months before the fair. So really, you're working on this for about a year.
Almost a year, yes.
Yeah.
And it takes that long. Time you go out, you meet these trainers, try to get them to bring their horses to the show, and it's a pretty good job.
It is.
It is.
And then you've got to arrange for, and just for a second, you have to have a master of ceremonies.
Right,
You have to have an organist.
right,
You have to have a judge,
Right.
a ringmaster, a
Right.
federal steward.
right.
You have to have, what else? People
Well,
to enter. You have
We
to
got to
have.
have people to man the booth over there to register the horses. We have to have people work the gates. Have to have people to help park out there, which tonight we don't have. But there's just a lot of things, that
So it takes, what, about 40, 45 people to have a horse show like this?
put on a good one, yes. Yes. So it's pretty good.
That's a big job,
It is,
and
it
to
is.
have to oversee all that is tremendous.
Well, if you get a good committee, it makes it a lot easier. Makes it a lot easier if you have a good committee.
Well, what do
I've
you
got a good committee.
what do you hope for in tonight's show? I'm sure you were pleased with Thursday night's weather. About tonight.
Oh, I definitely believe we're going to have a good night. I definitely believe it. And I believe we'll have right at 175 horses.
Oh, great.
That's what I'm hoping for.
That'll be great. Well, they're trying to get the track ready, and anything you want to tell the folks at home?
No, I just hope you enjoy it, and we've enjoyed putting it on for you.
Good. We sure have. Now, I don't know if Debbie went out behind the barn today and did some talking with some folks. I don't know if we've got that tape since they're trying to get the track ready. I'm sure that's a big job, trying to get all that dry stuff down so the horses have something nice to work on, right?
That way people don't have to eat too much dust.
Well,
I also have
we
some.
appreciate that. Well, we're going to see who Debbie talked to out behind the barn.
You caught me. Hi, I'm Debbie Norris at the Putnam County Fair behind the barns with WCTE TV. And this is Alwyn Bryant from
Knoxville, Tennessee.
and Sid.
Delight's Red Demon.
All right. Now, last year, Mr. Bryant, you won our sight class here at the Putnam County Fair on...
Pride's John Blue.
Okay. And how long have you had this horse?
We've had him about 4 years.
Okay. How long did it take to get here today?
Well, considering we had a flat tire, it took us about 2 hours and a half.
Oh, okay. You've been coming to the Putnam County Fair very much? Okay.
This is our third trip.
Oh, well, good. You want to tell us some of the things you had to do to get ready for tonight?
Well, when you get ready for a show, you start several days in advance, and especially Friday evenings are very important. Saturday mornings, you got to bathe and groom the horses and trim them and wrap them and get ready to travel. And you see if your horse is hitting the right lick, and you got to ride them, and there's quite a bit to it.
Okay. How many hours a week do you spend in training for this?
Well, Jerry Yarnall is the trainer. He spends every day at it.
And then you as a rider have to stay in practice with the horse. That's just as important, isn't it?
Yes, you stay in tune with your horse. You have to ride him regularly in order to get the best out of him and to be able to show.
Okay. Now, would you explain to us about the leg wraps and the pads, maybe?
Well, the leg wraps are on there when you're hauling a horse, you need to protect them because they're thrown around in the trailer quite a bit sometimes. Like people stop in front of you unexpectedly, and it keeps them from getting scratched up.
Okay, and then the pads on the feet. We were trying to explain this the other night, and so to make sure I gave them the right story, this just helps them in their walk and their gait a little bit.
It enhances the big lick that we expect from the working horse that everybody's become accustomed to. And the pads are actually weight, and it elevates them in front. And that's how we get the big lick.
Mr. Bryant, would you tell us about the tail set?
Well, I'd be happy to. The tail set is used when we get ready to go to the shows. We put the tail sets on the night before. And this simply holds up the tail and lets it break down over the tail set. And it makes it limber so that when we get ready to put the brace on to show the horse, the brace goes underneath there exactly like you see it here now, and then it's tied down and combed over, which gives it the nice flow that you see when it goes in the show ring with the part in the back. And it's kind of like you do your hair when you get ready to go out to be seen on television.
Just have it puffed up a little bit.
Right. We fluff it up and we spray it down, and it'll have a little bit of everything the ladies should use on the hair. We use it on these horses' tails, too.
Okay, now you take baby oil and you comb their tail out every day, hair at a time?
Well, when we get ready to show, we don't do it every day at the barn, but when we get ready to show, after we bathe the horse, of course, the tail is tangled kind of like your hair is after you shampoo, and then we take the tail and actually pick it out, which take them a few hairs at a time and just separate them. And then when they're separated, they'll fluff up and stand out. If we don't, they're matted together and they don't look very good. And you can't comb them out very well and make them look as well as they do if they're picked out.
If you use that comb, it may break that hair. Becky, that's one hair at a time.
That's right. You don't want to break any of the hair in the tail because you can see this horse's tail will touch the ground now if it was out of the brace and out of the tail set. So we try to keep it as long as we can, and we keep it up during the week in the barn. The tail is kept in a cover.
Often you just wrap them up in a leg wrap and keep them up that way?
We do sometimes, yes.
And then when it rains, you don't have to, in a rainy show, have the tail brace. You can just wrap their tail up in a leg wrap and go on that way?
I think you've been to a show before. That's right. They will let you show without the brace if it's bad weather, if it's raining. I think you look a lot better with the brace on.
I think I agree, too. Don't you, Becky?
I agree. Well, I don't know. I guess they do.
They have so much that they go through to get ready for the show, and we're just so proud that we got people like you that continue to come back to the Putnam County Fair every year.
And now it's time for the national anthem, I believe.
Is carried tonight by Charles D. Mayberry, riding a 4-year-old sorrel stallion, Sprouse's Delight, owned by George and Sue Sprouse of Dunlap, Tennessee. Sprouse's Delight, owned by George and Sue Sprouse of Dunlap, Tennessee, ridden by Charles D. Mayberry of Cookeville. Charles is also a member of the executive board of the Putnam County Fair. Now, Wayne Neighbors to play our national anthem. Please remain standing now for the invocation. The invocation to be delivered this evening by Brother Denton Ramsey, minister of the Holiday Church of Christ of here in Cookeville.
Would you bow reverently with me, please? Our dear, kind, and Heavenly Father, we're so very thankful for the many blessings of this day. Father, we're thankful for the opportunity to be together and to enjoy activity. Dear Heavenly Father, we stand in awe of thy great power and goodness and love this evening. Father, we realize that you are the very author and sustainer of life, through whom we live and move and have our very being. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank thee for all the many gifts of life, realizing that all good gifts do come down from thee. Dear Heavenly Father, we thank thee for the gift of thy Son Jesus, who is the Savior of the world. And dear Heavenly Father, we pray that it is our aim now and always to please thee by the things we do and by the things we say. It is in the name of thy Son Jesus that we pray this prayer. Amen.
Again, directing your attention to the flag horse tonight. A 4-year-old sorrel stallion, Sprouse's Delight, owned by George and Sue Sprouse of Dunlap, Tennessee, ridden by Charles D. Mayberry of Cookeville. Ladies and gentlemen, welcome to the Putnam County Fair Open Horse Show. Tonight we have 20 classes that will be paraded before you here in the ring, and we think that you'll enjoy each class, and we urge you when the classes are in the ring to get yourself a favorite, maybe someone that you know, and cheer them on into the victory circle and the acceptance of that blue ribbon. We'll ask you to please cooperate with us throughout the show. We'll ask you no standing on the rail, or if you will, please no sitting on top of the rail. Some of the horses are a little easily spooked, and we want to give everyone a good, fair, and equal chance. We have 20 classes tonight. We're going to move the show along, so you'll get a chance to see each individual class perform tonight. Taking just a moment to kind of get a little extra water on the ring for your pleasure, and then we'll be ready to go with the first class. We'll ask the lead class to be ready, standing by, keep them outside the ring until we call for them. We'll ask for the owners of the mules that are tied on the midway end of the show ring, if you will, please, when the mules moved from the ring. Those that are tied at the end of the ring, please, if you will, please, the owner, when those moved.
Okay, we've been showing you all the different scenes going on around the fairgrounds, and we're going to get back to that in just a minute. As you could see just a moment ago, the Putnam County Fire Department working hard to get the track in shape, also cooling off a few of the spectators who are around the sides of the fence, as you see there. But I don't think people mind too much. It's been kind of hot today, so it's not too bad to get sprayed a little bit. As soon as they get the track ready, we'll be starting in a minute. Debbie, who is this?
This is Midnight Mary. Midnight Mary won the World Grand Championship in 1949, and this is the horse that was owned by Mrs. Dawson Morgan, better known as Maggie Morgan. of Cookville. Miss Morgan has helped with the Putnam County Fair and promoting the horse show for the Thursday night Putnam County only people. And for the last, I think they said 30 years nearly, she works real hard on Thursday nights now, taking entries and continuing this promotion. But you can see this was her walking horse that won the World Grand Championship in 1949.
And it was a mare, right?
It was a mare.
And there were very few mares?
There were only 4 that I can find in this book. So, and hers was the last mare and the only mare in the Upper Cumberland to have ever won the World Grand Championship.
Well, how about that? Debbie's done a lot of homework between Thursday now, trying to find out some stuff.
I have one more picture that I can show you to show you how the breed hasn't changed. This is Strong Jim that won the World Grand Championship at the first celebration World Grand Championship show in 1939. So that's when it started. And so we'll be telling you tonight how this breed originated and what they're looking for in the showmanship.
Great. Thanks, Debbie. And thanks to that special person for loaning the book.
That special person was my dad, and I have to take great care in making sure I get it back to him.
That's right, because that's a special book. Thanks to Clyde Robertson for loaning his book to us.
And
Linda. And we'll get it straight. We'll try our best.
Actually, I think it's Linda's book.
Now, we actually have 20 classes tonight, and that's quite a few.
We've got 20 classes, and most of these people are from out of town. They've come as far as Middle Tennessee, Knoxville, and a lot of these people showed in Kodak last week. And I'm not sure where Kodak, Tennessee is, but we do know the people that are here tonight who won in Kodak last week to kind of look for and see if they win here this week. We've got a lot of winners that here last year that won, and hopefully they're here to get the same blue ribbon again.
Now, the gentleman that we saw you two as he was getting his horse ready will be, I believe, in class 11, which is the amateur specialty class.
That's right. And the trainer that trains his horse brought 2 other horses, so they've got 3 they brought with them from Knoxville, and he won our state class last year. This man we talked to, but not the horse. So,
now it's time for the lead line class, and they're beginning to enter the ring now. Debbie?
Okay, we've got several entries in this class tonight. And we'll start with 186 is Mr. Black Angel with Jacqueline Gerald up. Number 1 is Peppermint Patty with John Wesley Raines up of Cookville.
Number 162 is Coco by Amanda Garrett from Cookville.
163 is Candy with Jessica Thurman.
And number 195 is Mountain Star, written by Cheyenne Smith.
173 is Ebbs Market with Lacey Trisdale from Baxter.
Yeah, number 196 is Rare Threat, written by Jennifer Smith of Sparta.
416 is The X with Nicole Luna.
And number 174, Nail, written by Brandon Brewer of Rickman.
176 is Smokey Joe with Amanda Mitchell from Gainesboro.
Number 179 is Buck, written by Dustin Loftus of Gainesboro.
178 is Lightning, written by Eric Henderson.
Number 71 is Nail, written by Joanna Chapin of Gainesboro.
And number 71 is Nail. Number 42 is Spanish Crunch with Joshua Bowman.
And that's from Silver Point. So
we've lost a rider.
We just lost somebody. Oh, I love that kind of horse, too. I like that kind of white-looking horse with a black mane. What do you call that? A white horse with a black mane.
What's that buckskin?
Oh.
is the rider that is from Gainesboro. Joshua Brown is the rider.
That's Nail, written by Joanna Chapin that you just saw.
The lead line class.
We have
And you see some of the folks there going around the ring.
kids are so young, Becky, that they're allowed to have their mom or their dad in with them, and this is really the lead class.
So that's what that means, lead line.
Right. They're not expected to have to ride on their own. They're judged strictly on their uniqueness in this class. And it would be a terribly hard class for me to judge because while it's supposed to be a walking horse show, we've got some ponies in here. So the judge is going to look at not only the rider and the uniqueness of their little outfit, but he's also going to look at the horse itself and see how easily does that horse lead.
Oh, and we've got some really beautiful horses and little children in here in this class. Parents look pretty good too.
Yes, they do. A lot of these parents have got dressed up, especially to match the outfit. So they've spent a lot of time. And Becky, when we were back behind the barn today talking to some of these people, we found out that they spend hours and hours working on their horses and in preparation of this. And some of them were telling us that they get their horse all clean and ready to come, and after they get here, often they find out they have to give them a bath again and start over.
I would think that would be one of the, just in transportation, just in getting the animal here and making sure that everything's okay and you got everything and you didn't leave something at home.
Well,
I mean, that would be tough because, you know, just packing for yourself is hard enough. You have to pack for an animal.
that's right, but you not only have to pack for the animal, but because we know how to protect ourselves in a vehicle, the animal doesn't. So you saw the padding that they have to put on an animal and getting them here, because when they hit their brakes, there's nothing for the horse to know what's going to happen and to brace himself. So they have to pad those legs and tie them in as securely as possible, but they pad those legs just to keep them from having any problems when in travel. And they're on the reverse. The judges ask them to turn around and go in the opposite direction. So our number one class is halfway over with.
We have quite a few in this class, and as you mentioned, they are not all walking horses.
We've got 14 entries in this class tonight, Becky. So we've got a larger crowd than we had Thursday night.
Our judge this evening is Harold White from Franklin, Tennessee, and ringmaster is Bill Thomas from Livingston.
Now, Becky, for our viewers at home that are not sure what a ringmaster's job is.
That's a good thing to tell, because I'm not sure what a ringmaster's job is.
The judge is, I guess I call him the exalted ruler, but the judge is the man standing with the glasses on that we're looking at now, and then the ringmaster is the man on the right. The judge just stands and he tells the ringmaster it's time for reverse, or it's time to pull them in on the grass and line them up. He also tells the ringmaster, I like horse number 171, or I like horse number so-and-so. And it's the ringmaster's duty to write these numbers down for the judge. And then the judge may tell him, put a little star beside this one, or give this one a mark, or give this one a minus, so that when they get through, he can look at the pad of paper that the ringmaster has and tally up which one is the number one winner. And so we see the ringmaster now going to the edge of the rail to line them up. And he has hand signals that he gives back to the mask ceremonies, who is tonight for Huffines. And in a few minutes, we'll see some of these hand signals, and I'll motion them to you. But he gives these signals back to Drew, and that's how Drew knows what to tell them to do.
That's a good system of communication.
Well, it's an old-timey system of communication. Well, you know, when this stuff started in 1939, there wasn't too many walkie-talkies.
Well, I guess it's come a long way in those years.
It has.
A lot more entries and a lot more interest. We've got a great night at the Putnam County Fair. It's a wonderful evening. The temperature's just right, and the grandstands are filling up. So if you haven't made your way to the fair yet, come on down. There's plenty of room for you, lots of good food to eat, lots of good rides, and we'd love to see you.
And these riders, especially in this lead class, before you come down and cheer for them.
That's right.
The judge needs that. He needs to know who you're for. He certainly don't want to give somebody else the first. He's going to go around and look at each one of these horses as they're lined up and judge them for confirmation. But really in this class, he's not judging for confirmation so much as he is judging to see how well the horse handles. It's something that's easy enough for a child to have been led around on, and it's not something that spooks easy, that it's a well-mannered horse.
That little fella almost slipped off. That was number 174. Brandon Brewer. He just almost took a tumble, but I think Dad caught him there. I'm amazed at how well the children are staying on the horses. There's some big horses out there.
Yeah, and some of these children, like the little girl looking out with her white skirt on, she doesn't even have her feet in the stirrup. So she's just more or less riding bareback. But some of these horses, I noticed, Becky, don't even have bridles on. They've just got a halter on. So they're really gentle horses that we're looking at right now.
And there you see our judge, Harold White from Franklin. Has a hard decision to make, I would think, in this class.
It certainly would be for me.
In this class, Aaron Henderson is one of the entries, and Aaron is on Lightning, number 178. Aaron is 4 years old, and he's been doing this for a year, he told us.
Certainly did a good job. Joshua Brown, who is number 1 in this class, is only 3 years old, and he's only ridden the horse once before, and he got a trophy then.
Well, he's doing pretty good then. He might get a trophy this time and really luck out here. Amanda Garrett is 3 years old. Amanda is riding Smoky Joe. She's number 176. And the little pony is named Coco. Is that right? No, she's on Smoky Joe. I'm not sure what that means.
She's on Coco.
She's on Coco. All right. I was looking at somebody else then. She's on Coco, and that little pony is 35 inches grown.
Now we're looking at Joanna Chaffin on Nail. And Joanna's from Gainesboro. And her, I assume her mother and father are Ben and Jennifer Chaffin.
Exhibitors now, when the ties have been announced, and you
now there was no entry fee charged for this class tonight, Becky. So all of these riders, they got in for free.
Up to the gate in front of the fence will be going out.
Now the first place prize in this class is pretty good money. First place winner in class number 1 is going to take home $50.
For the Youth Western Pleasure class, be getting ready.
That's good.
That's fabulous for the
Really good.
lead line class. That's a pretty good savings bond for some kid.
Sure is, and those savings bonds add up. And there you see some of the little fellas waiting. There's 174. That's Brandon again. He's a little bitty tot. Cute, though.
He's only 1 year old?
Well, he looks pretty natural on that horse. He looks like he's doing all right. We're bringing you live coverage of the Putnam County Fair. We hope that you're enjoying that. If you do enjoy the live coverage, we'd like to hear from you.
Becky, I certainly like hearing from people and knowing how much they enjoyed the Putnam County Fair and especially the horse show. So if you have seen it and you have enjoyed it, please send us a little note and let us know.
That's right. We'll be putting up the address throughout the horse show tonight and hope that you will take just a moment and help us out. Let us know that you like seeing the live coverage of the Putnam County Fair and maybe what's your favorite event and what you might like to see us do. And if we can, we'll try and do it. Anything else?
Well, if there's anything they'd like to see especially, or if there's more information they want to know, give us a line. Let us know.
Okay, we're going to go to Drew Huffines now, our Master of Ceremonies for the winners.
Presenting the second to fifth awards will be Amanda Richards, the Little Miss of this year's Putnam County Fair, the 9-year-old daughter of Randy and Pam Richards of Monterey. That first place award in this lead line class, the first place trophy and the blue ribbon. First place goes entry number 71. That's Joanna Chaffin of Gainesboro, riding Nail. Joanna Chaffin of Gainesboro, riding Nail. The exhibitor, Jennifer Chaffin. The owner is Ben Chaffin of Gainesboro. Second award in the class. This award to be presented on the same side you're parked in. That award is 196, Rare Threat. Jennifer Smith, riding from Smith Farms of Sparta, Tennessee. Jennifer Smith riding Rare Threat to second. The third award in the class goes to entry number 176, Smoking Joe Amanda Mitchell of Gainsborough. Amanda Mitchell riding Smoking Joe 176 to third. Fourth award in the class goes to 195 Mountain Star. Cheyenne Smith from Woodbury is the rider. Cheyenne Smith on Mountain Star 195 is fourth. And the fifth award in the class goes to 163. Jessica Thurman riding. Jessica riding Candy 163 to fifth in the class. Thank you, exhibitors, and now everybody is a winner. Let's give them a big round of applause as they leave the ring. All the youngsters coming out here tonight. They'll be in a lot of the other classes that you'll be seeing here in future years at the Putnam County Fair, no doubt. Thank you. The lead line class. Coming into the ring next will be class number 2. Class number 2 will be your Youth Western Pleasure class. The Youth Western Pleasure class tonight to be judged by Dale Landrum of Crossville. Bring them on, please. Class number 2. 10 entries.
Who will be helping out in this class. Right, Debbie?
That's right. We have with us Lana Nunn, or Lana Stockton now. Larry Nunn's daughter, and she's living in Livingston right now. And your husband, Lana, is a horse trainer, isn't he?
Yes, my husband trains mostly roping horses. He does work and break other type horses, but his specialty is the roping horse.
You look sharp. Before you get started, I just want to say,
let's see this.
I hope y'all see this. She looks decked out, and she's got on.
I looked for red for a long time. I saw it on a girl in a registered show one day, and it was the prettiest thing I ever saw, and that's what I've been looking for, and I just achieved it.
Well,
this
it looks
year.
great, and she's got on red chaps, so you'll get to see her in Class 5. We'll make sure we get a good shot of it.
Thank you.
Who we got here?
We're in the Youth Western Pleasure. Probably, I don't know if the rules are set up differently. It's probably 18 years and under. And probably in your Youth Western Pleasure, you will find the better horses than in the other pleasure classes, because parents put out a lot of money to get a horse that a child can get up there and get a good show on. Now, some of these youths are old enough to train some of their own horses, like, let's see, Kim Elmore out of Crossville. I know she does some of her own training. And Shannon Franklin from here in Cookville does some of her training. Let's see, and you will also notice that some of the horses being shown in the youth class will be shown again in the open class. For instance, my nephew, Chad Collins, will be riding my horse in this class, and then I'll be riding him again in Class 5. And I have to say that sometimes he makes me very jealous, because he's a very good rider. He's very gifted. He never rides my horse until I put him in the show ring, and he gets up there and he shows like he's been on him a long time. And I believe he was born with a gift to ride, and he does very well. And all these kids try real hard, and they really are very good Western athletes. We're very proud of them.
Okay, Lana, now our judge tonight is Dale Landrum from Crossville.
Yes, Dale's a horse trainer. He trains a lot of pleasure horses. He's been in the horse training business for well over 10 years.
Okay, and we've got in this class tonight number 169, Showboy, with Sharon Franklin of Cookville.
Shannon
Okay.
Franklin.
Number 422 is Sir, ridden by Chad Collins.
Yes. 496 is Dandy Lacey Lady, riding Jason Hillis out of Sparta. Number 18 is Sharp Dressed Man, Leanna Allen. Owner is Jerry Allen of Cookville.
And number 59 is Diamond Desperado, ridden by Amy Shores of Silver Point.
127 is Bo Snuggles Trouble with Travis Jarvis from Cookville.
We have Proud Popper, number 129, ridden by Tracy Bassell, who is the owner-trainer out of Cookville.
Number 100 is Alpha Seeker, ridden by Kim Elmore of Crossville.
183 is Miss Bars with Shane Sullivan from Overton County.
Number 234, Spanish Crunch, ridden by JoJo Harris, owned by Harold Shores of Silver Point.
Number 185 is Mike Fulia, ridden by Carrie Hightower from Sparta.
Number 44 is My Skippadoo with Cindy Reeser from Cookville.
Number 83, Rossi, ridden by Molly Bryant. I believe Molly's one of our princess
Miss
fair
Geniality.
pageant. Yes.
Is that right?
Very nice girl, and I used to own this mare she's riding, and I placed on her very consistently when I owned. She's a nice mare. And number 441 is Bull, ridden by Johnny Allison, and he is the owner and trainer.
He's from Cookville, right?
I imagine from Cookville.
Okay, now, Lana, what is the judge looking for in the youth Western pleasure?
Okay, in a Western pleasure class, the judge looks for a head carriage on a Western horse. He wants it to be level from his shoulders on out. Doesn't want it dragged in the ground, and he doesn't want it up in your face. He wants the horse going at a slow enough gait. What the Western classes was invented was where you could ride from one pasture to another at ease, and it would be easy for you to go check cattle and not have to fight some bronky horse all the way down to look at your cattle. And so they look for a nice smooth gait. They have a walk, a trot or a jog, and a lope. And a lot of these horses sometimes lope a lot slower than most horses trot.
Now that one kicked up a little bit there.
Yes, yeah, I don't believe he's been at his trainer long enough.
Okay, now when that happens, Lana, in a youth Western pleasure class, how does the judge look at that?
Usually something like that will mark you down very hard, and the judge probably won't even use you in a class unless everybody else is doing the same thing.
Okay.
Which doesn't happen very often. And they look for a very slow gait. You'll notice these horses will lap the other horses. And now sometimes a horse that's going too slow will be what we call out of gear. He won't be traveling the same consistently. His front end and back end should be moving consistently together, and sometimes their front end will be doing a different speed from their back end, and that's what we call getting out of gear. The judge looks for that. Looks like having a real good class here tonight. I see a few that's a little bit fast, that, in my opinion, but now the judge might think differently.
And now, what's the age limit for the rider in this class? Do you know?
Sometimes you'll find that AQHA rules is 18 and under, but sometimes you will find at some of your local saddle clubs they'll go to 16 and under, because a lot of people consider if you're old enough to vote that you're not a youth anymore. But AQHA rules, I believe, is 18 years. Okay, when they reverse these horses, I believe it's different from your walking horses. We reverse to the inside of the ring, and I believe the walking horses reverse towards the rail. I'm not sure. Is that correct?
It never really mattered.
But now the judge looks for that. He wants the horse to turn slowly and not have to reach around and jerk him around. He should, and if he pivots on his back end, it looks real nice to the judge. And of course, he doesn't want the horse to, when he turns around, a lot of horses perceive that, well, I'm walking on a trot, and some horses get a little hot at this time.
Okay, now, Lana, you're telling me that when they turn around, they have to turn inside?
Yes. Like you do not turn towards the rail, you turn towards the inside of the ring.
Okay. I'd say that's probably true with the walking horses or any breed as well, because aren't they supposed to stay as close to that rail as possible?
Yes, here comes my nephew by. Looks like he's getting a pretty good ride at the moment. Horse's head seems down, and of course I'm a little partial. I hope he does well tonight. I would like to mention that we went to the Livingston Fair last year, and Chad showed in 2 Western pleasure classes. He won both of his classes, and I won both of my classes, and then he placed second in the Open the next night, and I won the Open, so we are proud of this horse, and we're doing very well with him this year.
Okay, now who is this little girl we're looking at now?
Okay, that looks like Leanne Allen. That's Jerry Allen's little girl. Jerry's done very well in the Western pleasure business. He had a mare go to the world in amateur, done very well, real nice mare. And here's Tracy Zell on Proud Popper. This is a real nice horse. She places consistently and has done real well in 4-H this year. Okay.
How much time does it take? Well, I'm sorry, you were going to tell us who the other...
Okay, the little girl coming up on the inside is JoJo Harris, I believe, riding Spanish Crunch.
Yeah, JoJo's my cousin.
Yeah. Oh!
From Silver Point.
Well, now, she showed Thursday night, too, and I think she got third.
I believe she did.
Yes, she done very well. She did. She got second.
Second.
Okay.
And that was very good.
She's a good basketball player, too. We
yes,
saw her
very
a lot
good.
last year.
Now, if you'll notice, he called for lope, and a lot of these children will wait. If the judge is not looking at them and they don't want to get afraid their horse might get heated up, they'll wait and ask their horse to lope when they think the judge is looking, and this just is all about showing. And sometimes you get caught and you get to hurting a little bit.
Is that your nephew in the blue
Yes,
shirt?
in the blue shirt. He looks like he's getting a very good ride.
Now, what do you mean when you said the horse might heat up? What does that mean?
Well, a lot of these horses, you know, there's a lot of balloons floating around, and he's loping along slow, and all of a sudden he just goes a little faster, maybe takes it away from you, and the longer you lope, the more apt this is to happen. A lot of these horses are so well broke it might never happen, but horses are horses, and it does happen. I noticed in our county show the other night we had quite a few blow-ups in the adult Western Pleasure.
And they just want to get running then, right?
Yeah, they just sometimes just would rather, you know, horses sometimes would just rather go a little bit faster than you'd like for them to go, and that's why I noticed that the little girl hadn't loped right when the judge asked.
Now, in a lope land, they too have to take the right lead.
Yes, when we speak of leads, we're talking about the horse's inside leg. That leg, front and back, should come up first. And it helps. The horse looks off balance if he takes the wrong lead. And if you lope around on the wrong lead, no matter how good your horse is loping, the judge, I'm afraid, will not use you. If he doesn't see you. And sometimes if you do that, you can stop your horse and change leads immediately and do very well in the class.
Now, children normally, or these youth riders, I shouldn't say children, they more or less have a more problem in a canter or a lope than any other
Yes,
part of this class.
Some riders at 18 and under are experienced enough that they have no problem there. Now, a lot of riders older than that do have a problem in a lope because that's where you have to have the most control of your horse to make him go just exactly how you want, and it's a lot harder to control him to the point of showing him like you want, and it is a lot harder, and that's where you will see most of your mistake.
So that one part of this class, the canter or the lope, could completely qualify you or disqualify you.
That's right. It lies very heavily on how your horse lopes, because if he doesn't lope very well and he trots the best in the world, it's not gonna help you much.
Lana, just for a second, Becky, I know we need to talk about the people that are lined up. Tell us the difference in a trot. What makes it a different gait than in a walking horse?
Well, or a gaited horse, we call it a jog trot. It's a very slow up and down motion. In a gaited horse, they move on out. They cover more ground in a trot, or that whatever gait you might call for that is equivalent to that. And the quarter horses go mainly up and down motion, and they don't cover a whole lot of territory.
So there you have it.
Is that our judge?
That's Dale Landrum, and Dale judged the halter classes this morning, and I might say he did a very good job there, and we had a very good turnout this morning. And the judge will go down in front of the horses and see if they'll back, and he notes there if the horse fights the bit, and if, I think 3 steps backward, most of your judges, if you'll go 3 steps backward without any problems, they consider that sufficient.
Now, coming up, we're going to have the 2-year-old walking horses, and then after that, the roadster ponies to bike. And that's a class Debbie's been waiting for all night.
Becky, that's got to be my favorite class. It reminds me, makes me think that I lived maybe 60 years ago. And those wear their stable colors. It's the most colorful class, and it's the speediest class. They actually can get into a little race, and when they get ready to come in, they blow a whistle.
We're going to look forward to seeing it. We're going to go now to Drew Huppines, our master of ceremonies, for the winners of the Youth Western Pleasure. Well, while we're waiting on the judges to finalize their decision, Lana, maybe you can tell us about, that was your nephew, I think.
No, that was Tavis Jarvis. Tavis, young rider that's just started, is doing very well. He's not shown much up till this year in pleasure. He has been showing a lot of halter classes, and I believe they had a grand champion mare in the halter classes this morning. Tavis is a real good rider. We have a bunch of good young riders out there. We sure do.
Now, what kind of a feeling is that to be out there right now just waiting?
Very nervous. A lot of times you think that you've got a good ride and you might place, and then when you don't, it's a little disappointing, but we try to instill in these riders just to enjoy the sport and not just rely on winning, because a lot of times you don't win. And when sometimes it happens that you might win a class that really you didn't deserve, and then you might lose some that you really deserve to win, but it equals out. And you should just, if you enjoy riding enough, it should make you happy just to be able to get in there and ride and have a good time.
I believe Drew is getting together with the judges to find out, or the scorers, to find out who the winners will be. We've had a big class in this Youth Western Pleasure, and we're going to turn it over now to Drew Huffine.
The Youth Western Pleasure class, and that first place award, you're going to ride around to the opposite side of the ring now, right across the ring. Entry number 44, Cindy Reese on My Skip-a-Dude. Cindy Reese riding for Preston Vaughn of Cookville on My Skip-a-Dude, first in the class. All other awards will be presented on the near side to you, where parked. And your second place award should be presented to entry number 18, Leanne Allen, riding Sharp Dressed Man. This entry owned by Jerry Allen, Cookville, Tennessee. Leanne Allen is the rider of 18, second in the class. Third award in this class, third goes to 496. That's Jason Hillis riding Dandy Lacey Lady. Mark Howard of Sparta is the owner of this entry. Jason Hillis riding 496 to third. Fourth award in the class, fourth goes to 185. Kerry Hightower riding Might Fool Ya. Entry on by Jeanette Hightower of Sparta, and it's Kerry Hightower riding 185 Might Fool Ya to fourth. Fifth award, fifth goes to 422. That's Chad Collins of Livingston riding Sir. Chad Collins riding for Lana Stockton of Livingston on Sir. 422 is fifth in this class. Now, for all of these people, a great big round of applause, and riders, you'll exit to your left at the end of the ring. Thank you for the Youth Western Pleasure class, class number 2. Class number 3, you're ready to come to the ring, and in this class, we're looking for the 2-year-old walking entries. 2-year-old walking entries, the ring is yours. 8 entries getting the call in this class.
Julie will be showing tonight in the Open Western Pleasure. Julie does very well on him too. We ought to be proud of the little Reese girl. I heard that she recently had surgery, and she's not been riding this horse, so she's not really been practicing. I believe she was only allowed to ride in the ring and show her horse, and then she was going to have to get off because she did have surgery, and the doctors didn't really want her to be riding much, so she's done a very good job.
So congratulations to her on that first place award.
Congratulations to Mom. They did a very good job.
Well, thank you very much, Lana Stockton from Livingston, right now, from Cookville too.
Yeah.
Right?
Yes.
And we appreciate you being with us, and you're going to be in Class 5, right?
Yes, and I hope to do all right, just as long as I place, but I might not, but I'll be proud if I do.
Well, we'll be proud to see you show.
All right, thank you.
Thank you.
Good luck. Becky, we've got the 2-year-old walking horses in the ring, and they're moving on.
2-year-old walking horses. That's how old the horses are. The riders are older.
The riders are older. Now, these horses, Becky, are not required to canter. They are required to be in full show style. And we're talking about cut tail, padded feet, chains, and full show attire. We've got 8 entries in this class tonight.
Number 475 is Mountains 4 Roses, ridden by John Swafford.
John Swafford, by the way, we asked him tonight how many years he'd been coming to the Putnam County Fair and showing his show, and he stopped at 20. So he wouldn't say how many years, over 20 years he's been coming here, and he normally had, we're looking at John Swafford with a white hat on right now. Okay, 116 is Romeo's Candy Dawn with Jerry Yorkman up.
Number 87 is Ebby's Super Image, ridden by Carl Hollinsworth.
479 is Impressions Pride with Doug Lynn of Sparta.
Number 190 is Stroke Race Man, ridden by Charles Cook.
432 is Flair Senator with Alfred Jones.
Number 169 is Copy Champion. No, is it Copy Champagne? Ridden by N.C. Mauer.
Lowry, I guess,
Lowry.
from Deer Lodge. 464 is shot in the dark with Roy Sweat from Coble. We have a good class in here. The judges called for him to come on into a running walk.
Now, will this class be required to canter?
No, these horses are not required to canter. They're only 2 years old, and the trainers don't want to push them on into a heavy training period at this time, because sometimes when you do that, Becky, you're pushing them before their time. So you just want to take it easy with these 2-year-olds and not make them develop too early. They don't really go through an arduous training period, and they go free and easy, gaits that are in a comparatively easy. And they do this in a short time, because if you think about it, these horses that we're looking at really probably haven't been trained but about 6 months.
Really?
That's right. They start breaking a coat when it's about, you start halter breaking them when they're just a few months old. And then you start ahead and you take a yearling and you start working with him and training him to halter and eventually to saddle break. So, but hard training, these horses have not been into but about 6 months.
In tonight's class, Charles Cook is on Sturber Ace Man, and he's been riding for years. He recently placed 3rd in Glasgow, Kentucky.
Good. And we have Alfred Jones that has been riding a long time, and he completes throughout the summer, and he has placed 2nd many times this summer.
And he's from Jamestown. So it's good to see some of the folks from throughout the Upper Cumberland. Coming down to the Putnam County Fair. Now listen, folks, you got plenty of time. It's early. You can come on down. This is the last night of the Putnam County Fair, and it's a beautiful night for a fair.
Now, go ahead.
Oh, well, I was just going to say, we want you to come down. Debbie hasn't gotten to eat everything she wants to eat tonight.
That's right. We want them to come down, pick out a favorite, and yell for them, and let us know if you're glad to see us on WCTE TV.
We'd like to hear from you. We're going to be putting up that address in just a little bit.
Okay, now, Becky, they're in a flat foot walk right now. The judges just asked for them to go on into a running walk.
And they're moving right along. They look sharp.
Okay, this running walk is a gait that's distinctive to this breed. And the horses are born with this gait, Becky. They're not trained or made to go into it. It's a faster movement than the running walk. It starts just like the flat foot walk. And if you'll notice that their movement is a diagonally opposed foot movement. And as the speed is increased, the hind foot oversteps the front track. This is where the stride of the Tennessee walking horse gives a gliding sensation to the rider and adds a heap of pleasure to that ride.
And you say they're born with that gait, huh? That's not
that's
a
right.
learned thing.
Well, the training is to increase the glide or increase the stride in their step.
Boy, Debbie, you're so smart. I tell you, it's just good. It gets to be such a treat doing this for you. I had someone today that said that they really enjoyed seeing the horse show, and I certainly appreciate that, and said they had learned a lot from this, that you taught them a lot. They said I didn't know too much. So.
But Becky, I'm sure next year you could probably do this just fine without me.
No.
All you need is the notes from my dad.
No. No, we need you here. We're going to have you. They're lining up on our side of the grandstand, which is the north side.
And again,
we're the north side.
We're looking at John Swapper in that green suit and the white hat pulling in. And he's from Pikeville. John's been showing for, I know, more like about 30 years in Cookville. He just wanted to say 20 plus.
He just won't tell you.
He told us when he got here tonight he really didn't want us to interview him behind the scenes because he said his good stock he wasn't able to bring with him tonight because of the conflict with the Shelbyville Horse Show. That's one reason that we're minus some observers and some riders and trainers because they're in Shelbyville. So he's going to be there showing his horses tomorrow night and Tuesday night. So we're lucky he was even able to make the Cookville show.
That's great. We appreciate these riders for taking time out and coming down to the Putnam County Fair, as well as the many spectators we see tonight. The grandstands are nice and full. So we hope that, of course, there's plenty of room for you if you want to come. There's some seats right here by us, right?
That's right. The judge is going around and he's checking the horses tonight for confirmation and for disposition. By nature, the Tennessee walking horse is a loyal and affectionate animal, and it's highly intelligent. It's even-tempered and kindly
Has a kind disposition.
I'm getting tongue-tied.
Whoa, I'm losing my papers here. And there you see them now. The judge, this is a pretty good-sized class, and I don't believe we have any women riders in this class.
Vicki, this class is primarily consisted of horse trainers that we're looking at. So, and we've got some top trainers with us.
Are there any women trainers that you know of?
Yes, there is. Susan Hunter from Sparta, Tennessee is now in Chevyville, or Bell Buckle. And she's a trainer. Judy Martin, her father, by the way, was a trainer before her and won many world championships, as well as her husband. And so those are two real well-recognized names. Betty Sane is a trainer from Bell Buckle, Tennessee. She's the only woman to have ever owned and trained a world grand champion horse.
Well, that's something. We'll have to get her up here one of these days.
I didn't get that out of my book.
You just knew that. I know. You did not. You really didn't. You just knew that.
I like to hear about these women that can excel in a man's profession.
Is this a man's profession?
Primarily, I think it is. You know, Becky, I grew up on walking horses, around them. I honestly know that I cannot go to the barn and get a horse out and do the things that are necessary by myself to prepare for a show, much less go for an evening ride. And wouldn't attempt to.
You have to get somebody to help you, huh? Well, that's okay. That's the name of the game.
It's WCTE-TV in Cookeville, Tennessee.
And they're trying to make the decision there. Looks like the pretty young ladies who are going to be handing out our ribbons tonight from coming out. So we're going to turn it over to Drew Huffines, our master of ceremonies for the winners.
And your first place ribbon and the trophy in the class goes to you. Entry number 464, a shot in the dark. That's Roy Sweat riding. This entry on by Bert Sweat of Cookeville. Roy Sweat rides to the blue ribbon. In the class second, riding in entry number 87, Ebby's Super Image. Carl Hollingsworth is the rider. Carl Hollingsworth is part of the honor rider of Ebby's Super Image. 87 is second. Third award goes to number 190, Stroker's Ace Man, Charles Cook of Gainsborough riding. 190 Stroker Ace Man. Fourth award in this class, fourth place in the class goes to entry number 116, Romeo Candy Dan. Jerry Yarnell in the irons tonight for Lisa Roach. It's Romeo's Candy Dan, fourth in the class. Fifth award in this class, fifth goes to 475 Mountains, 4 Roses. John Swafford riding for Eric Swafford of Hikeville. Let's give all of these people a big round of applause for coming out here tonight to the Putnam County Fair and the 2-year-old walking entries. A tradition at the Putnam County Fair each year calls for the Roadster Ponies, and we're inviting to come to the ring now class number 4. That's the Roadster Ponies, and we're looking for 6 entries in this class.
There you have it. Who took first place?
First place was Roy Sweat of Cookeville on 464, a shot in the dark.
Hey, he did well in that class. And there was some tough competition. I would have had a hard time picking that one out, but they did good.
Becky, the greatest honor of all is winning first in your hometown.
And I bet Roy feels good about that.
You know he does. We've got a good crowd here tonight, as you can see. Lots of people here picking out their first place winners. And Becky, in this next class now, class number 4, the Roadster to Bike Ponies is our favorite class that's coming in, or mine anyway. We've got 2 entries in here that have been coming here. One in particular is Kingman's Red Rooster, and the owner is Bob Holder, and those people are from Maryville, Tennessee. They've been coming to the Cookeville Fair for 18 years, and Kingman's Red Rooster has won 13 of the 18 years. Now, this little horse is a pony, and he's 20 years old.
He's 20 years old?
He's 20 years old.
A pony can be 20 years old.
Pony's 20 years old. And so the father, Bobby Holder, rides him, or sits in the buggy, and then his son is on this horse's colt. And they, too, will be in this show tonight, and they'll be competing against each other. Last year, if you'll remember, they won first and second. So
and we've got 5 entries in the class?
We've got 5 entries. We've got 6 entries in this class. One thing that makes this class so neat is they wear their stable colors. And they wear their silks. And
What kind of horses are these?
These are gaited horses. And they're going at a trot. And so their foot is upward, straight up and down motion, more or less. And Drew is telling them that when they go on the reverse, the very last gate that he calls for is speed. And this is real important. So what he's going to be judging them for is confirmation, for form, consistency in this class, and finally, and certainly not least, for speed. Now this was Dick Castle, I think our producer's favorite class as well. So we really need to pick a favorite out in this class and go on with it.
Well, I know who you're going to pick. You're going to pick that little 20-year-old pony.
I have to stick with Kingman's Red Rooster. Kingman's Red Rooster is 419 with Bobby Holder of Maryville.
Number 418 is the Snapshot with Scott Holder as the rider.
171 is Black Magic with John Shannon from...
Not sure. Nyota,
Tennessee.
Number 172 is Angle, ridden by Billy Webb of Sweetwater.
All right. And 44 is Melanie Jane with Jason Wilson riding behind the horse.
Sparta. And number 486, the Pronto Lad, and Kelly Colvin is behind the horse.
And they're from Inglewood,
right? Yeah. Now they're moving right along there.
They're moving right along. And it can get really exciting in a few minutes when he asks for a reverse, because you've got 6 horses in there tonight, and they're going to have to all find a way to hurry up and turn around. And they'll cut across this grass like you've never seen. But see how they've got the upward, now that's Snapshot. And see how they've got the upward foot motion and how they've got a prancy look to them, just a real prancy, feisty look, like you would have as though you were going to go running through an English park on a Sunday afternoon. I think that's why I like these classes.
Now they've asked them to reverse.
That's right.
And they're trying to find room to do that. He's already taken off. He's already gotten the right track. I think you're right. It's something kind of royal about it, right?
Yes, I think there is.
And there you see them.
Now, and this is our true stable colors, and this is an excellent example of a real good roadster to buy pony.
Now, you said they were a gaited horse, and I'm going to really show my ignorance here and ask you, does that mean a thoroughbred horse?
No.
No, that doesn't mean that, right? Okay.
You've got walking horses, you've got thoroughbreds, you've got gaited horses, you've got quarter horses, you've got American saddlebred, you've got Arabians. There's no telling.
There's all different kinds,
of breeds
right?
of horses. You've got racking horses. So now crowd's beginning to pick their favorite out.
There's something.
He broke now, Becky.
Yeah, I was going to say, he looked like something happened.
And I'm afraid that was the Snapshot from Maryville. And that can completely discredit him out of this class.
And the judge happened to be looking at him right at that time.
But that really hurt him then, I can assure you. This one is making an excellent show. And see, the consistency of form is what's so important here.
This is certainly a crowd pleaser. Boy, we got a horse race going on down there. There you see one, as they are really taking off, and the crowd's getting into it.
Now, Becky, have you got your favorite picked out?
Well, I like that little black pony over there. You can see him. He's got the red coat on.
This is my favorite right here in front of us. And this is Kingman's Red Rooster, his 18th year at the Putnam County Fair.
Well, I think that horse was really pretty.
This is a beautiful horse and an excellent example of a good roadster to bike. And that happens to be Black Magic with Jim Shannon up. And this is Snapshot, the son of the people we were talking about earlier. And I'm afraid the best he would do coming in tonight would probably be third if he gets in that high.
Well, something that is really interesting, and when we were looking out behind the barn, they have a lot to bring in bringing these bikes. Not only do they have to bring a horse, but they have to find some way to get these bikes up here.
See this little horse, how he's stretched out? The judge really takes this into consideration. And when I went back behind the barn today to talk to this guy, he could take that little pony out of the stable and just say stretch, and that little pony would just stretch out all by himself in great form.
Well, now next year we're going to have a roving report with you out behind the barn, I think.
I would enjoy it, and I know they would too, because it's a shame to not know that they spend all day preparing for this for a 10-minute ride of glory.
It takes a lot of time, and that doesn't even count the time that they spend in practicing and training and
That's right. Just as
getting ready.
Me noticed in the interview earlier, they spend every day, the horse spends every day in training. And it's just as important that the rider, or in this case the driver, spend hours with the horse so that they're both accustomed and used to each other.
Well, let's see, Debbie, let's see if you come out to
Well,
pick
I really
your favorite here.
haven't checked to see who was the best. I went merely on prejudice.
And that's a feisty little fella. I believe that's the snapshot, right?
Yeah.
That's the son?
Snapshot of Kingman's Red Rooster. And then we have 171, that's your favorite, Black Magic, with Jim Shannon up.
Now, is this Bobby Holder?
This is Bobby Holder, and this is Kingman's Red Rooster. Now, he told me that he's on this horse since he's been 20 years old with Pony, and that he said, I've had this pony longer than I've had my children, in fact, and longer than I've had my wife, and
Oh, my
anything
goodness.
else he said he still has. And I have an idea he intends to hang on to him that much longer. I hope that they're back next year.
I hope so, too. And they've shown 18 years at the Putnam County Fair, all the way from Maryville, Tennessee.
See, Becky, they not only have to bring that pony in a trailer, they've got to have a special truck to mount that sulky in, because that's what they call it. It's a sulky, not a buggy, and bring that in. And then, I don't know if the camera show how much tack is on the ponies. And again, these are gaited ponies, and they're real restless. They're high-strung, high-spirited animals. So they're not animals to be stood still for a very long period of time. And that's why you see that they're permitted to kind of jostle around the ring while the judge is tallying up his score. This, by the way, is the only breed that's left that the Humane Society has still allowed to use the boots on their feet.
Now, what does that mean, boots on their feet?
They use a boot on the horse's, or pony in this case, foot. Look, we've got a better look at this tack. They've got blinds on. They're so high-strung, the blinds help keep them from getting easily spooked. And you can see all the bit. This one, it looks like he's got double bit. Some expensive equipment, Becky. But the boots are used to help cause the pony to raise his feet up that much higher. See how shiny, how clean that equipment is?
And the horse.
And the horse.
The horse looks nice and clean, too. And that boot is the white thing, right?
That white thing on the foot is the boot. Look how clean these folks are. My car's not that clean.
Mine either. And that's after running around out in the dust for a while.
And really, the truth of the matter is they can go much faster than we saw them go tonight. They just really weren't that as competitive as they could have been to have gone a little bit faster. And a lot of times they'll go so fast that the ringmaster has to blow a whistle to get them to slow down and come in. But they're the only breed, again, that's allowed to use the boots, and boots is used to add weight to their foot to make them lift their foot up just a little bit higher.
There you see it, and I guess that just straps on, right?
And that particular boot's called a bell-shaped boot, and the way it's designed to couple over the foot is to cause an upward motion.
And we're gonna turn it over to Drew.
Man's Red Rooster, that's Bobby Holder. Whip. The entry on Beholder and Haskell, Maryville, Tennessee. Kingman's Red Rooster going to give you a final showing. Around the ring we go. Bobby Holder coming around on Kingman's Red Rooster. Let's hear it for him. Bobby's been coming down to the Putnam County Fair for a number of years, and Bobby, we always appreciate your showmanship and bringing all of those entries down here to the area from up around East Tennessee. Kingman's Red Rooster is first, and that is Bobby Holder, the whip. Presenting other awards now in your second place award, if you will, ride to the near side of the ring. Second to 172, that's Angel. Billy Webb is the driver. Billy riding for Dewey Ingram, Sweetwater, Tennessee. It's Billy Webb, Angel to second. Billy, your award's on the same side that your part, coming right back in on the same side for the award. Third award in the class, third goes to entry number 418, the Snapshot. Scott Holder is the owner rider from Maryville. Scott Holder riding in for third. Fourth in the class, fourth goes to 486, Pronto Lad. Kelly Colvin, the whip, on Vasisi Stables of Englewood, Tennessee, 486 fourth. And the fifth award to 171, Black Magic, Jim Shanahan, the driver. Tim Smith of Nyota, Tennessee is the owner. Black Magic is fifth in this class. Drivers, now the exit gate will be to the opposite end of the ring that you entered. The exit gate is open on the opposite end that you entered on the ring. Come on up, please. Roadster needs to bike, and all of these drivers deserve a big round of applause for coming out here tonight. I think you appreciate it. And we continue to have two classes of these entries each time we show for the Putnam County Fair. That completes class number 4. Hold up the entries for class number 5 outside the ring for just a moment, if you will, please. I believe we have an exhibition for just one moment. Coming into the ring. Do we have the Fraternal Order police car that's going to be moving into the ring? We have a car that's going to be driven into the ring. It's going to be given away here tonight.
Debbie, you picked that one right. You got the top winner.
And I hope Drew mentions to the audience that's here with us tonight that is their 14th win now and their 18th year of Kingman's Red Rooster at the Putnam County Fair.
And the crowd sure did love him when he took his ride around, too. That was terrific. We've got a special guest with us. Oh, and I don't have the microphone for you. Let's try this. We have, you see, this is coming up is our Western Pleasure. And we have with us Cindy Reese, and Cindy was the winner of the Youth Western Pleasure on My Skip-A-Doo. Cindy, thanks for being with us.
You're welcome.
And how did you feel about coming in first?
I was really excited because it's been 6 weeks since I could ride because I had surgery, and so in the first night I could ride, so it was very shocking.
This was your first night to ride? Well, my goodness. Well, you are to be commended, don't you think?
I certainly think so.
I was really excited.
Well, what's it like to be out there and riding and having everybody watching you?
Well, I don't get too nervous. I mean, it's very rewarding to come out with first, you know, and I've always enjoyed it.
Well, you sure look beautiful. That's a gorgeous outfit.
And Julie Vaughn, you know, she helps. She's my trainer, you know.
Julie's your trainer?
Yes, and I have to give it all to her.
Well, she's a fine person, and I know you're in good hands with Julie as a trainer. She's got a fine candidate, though, don't you think?
Absolutely. How long have you been riding?
8 years.
8 years.
Oh, that's great.
I've enjoyed every minute of it.
Well, thanks, Cindy, for stopping by and being with us, and we wish you luck in the future.
Well, thank you.
We're going to take a look now at this current Western Pleasure class that's entering the ring.
Okay, Becky, we've got the Open Western Pleasure class with us tonight, and we've got several entries in this class.
And Julie Vaughn probably out there, which means she's not up here with us like she was Thursday
That's
night.
exactly right. We're going to miss her tonight. We have 57 is McCade, Wayne Shores up from Silver Point. 134 is Miss Impressions with Sue Cavanaugh.
Number 182 is Eternal Dawn, ridden by Steve Frizzell of Gainesboro.
110 is Frisky Samantha with Lisa Scott up. Harold Shores of Silver Point's the owner.
Number 42 is Lucky's First Wish, ridden by Harold Shores. Terry Shores, the owner, from Silver Point.
185 is Mike Fulia with Kerry Hightower from Sparta, Tennessee up.
Number 81 is Sensuous Stockings, ridden by Willard Vaughn of Cookville.
And his daughter, Julie Vaughn, is number 44 with My Skip-a-Dude.
And number 72 is Roxy, ridden by Kenneth Bryant of Cookville.
And number 88 is Impressive Domino with Butch Glasscock. Shanks and Glasscock's the owners, Cookville, Tennessee.
Number 495 is Peaches, ridden by Becky Retta of Baxter. Peggy Riddle is the owner.
433 is Sir with Lana Stockton, who was with us earlier from Livingston, Tennessee.
And you'll remember Lana had on the red scarf and red chaps, so we'll be looking for her. Also, number 14 is Sharp Dressed Man, ridden by Jerry Allen of Cookville. There you see Willard Vaughn on the screen.
And 471 is Bo Snuggles Troubles with Corda Jarvis.
Number 119 is Proud Popper, ridden by Judy Bassell, Tracy Bassell, the owner of Cookville.
And 456 is Keep My Skip with Tom Allred up.
Of Cookville.
So, Becky, we've got a full class ahead of us. Number 88 is Butch Glasscock again of Cookville. Butch is riding Impressive Domino. He's a 2-year-old stallion that's been owned by Shanks and Glasscock. Butch has successfully participated in many Western pleasure classes throughout Middle Tennessee since 1990. And there we've got Jerry Allen up.
No, I believe that's Butch.
Is that Butch? Okay.
I believe that's Butch.
All right. Now, Butch has previously won the Saturday night Open Western Pleasure class at the Putnam County Fair in 1981, 82, 83, 84, and 1987. Butch has also won the Thursday night Western Pleasure class 3 years, including this year on a 5-year-old mare named
Lotoptician.
How about
I remember that name from before.
So Butch has been a top contender and a great supporter of the Putnam County Fair.
Sure has, and this is always a favorite class, I think, for a lot of folks at the Putnam County Fair, getting to see the quarter horses and the Western attire. They've just called for a change of gait and asked them to go into a lope, I believe.
All right, Becky, now that we've had Lana and Julie help us learn a little bit about Western horses, we know to watch and make sure they get on the right lead, as this horse has. And for him to keep that head down and go into a slow lope.
There you see Lana Stockton, and is that Julie? I'm not sure. I know Lana is in the red hat. We'll be watching for Julie. Julie Vaughn helped us out up here Thursday night. That was Judy Bassell there. There you see our judge standing with a Western attire in the center ring, checking them all out. We have some more information on some of the folks here. Steve Frizzell from Gainesboro is on Eternal Dawn, and Steve has been riding for 20 years. He won at Red Boiling Springs, at Cookville shows at the Lucky Bee, and he won this morning with a colt. They did have some quarter horse shows this morning.
We had walking horse colt shows, we had quarter horse colt shows, and we had Arabian colt shows, and I've never seen that before, and they were wonderful.
Oh.
They were so big.
You think maybe we'll get that class one night? Maybe?
You really don't have those classes at night that much, but we might. And there is
Julie Vaughn is in the royal blue. Maybe we'll get a shot of her eventually. There, I'm not sure who that one was. There she is. There you see Julie Vaughn from Cookville, but now living in Crossville.
And Julie won second in the United States Quarter Horse Congress last year and is a contender in the U.S. Quarter Horse Congress again this year.
Now I wonder where she found those blue chaps.
I don't know, but how these girls come up with blue and red as Lana Stockton, I can't even imagine, but aren't they showy and beautiful?
They are beautiful.
And this is so important. Both girls have stressed us how important it is that they be in formal Western attire for shows. And the judge really takes this in consideration. It's as though there's a respect there for the competition that's due.
Some more information about some of our riders. Harold Shores has been riding for 5 years. He's only won one open show. He placed first in the 2-year-old sample bit in Knoxville last Saturday. Lisa Scott has been riding 5 years. She's ridden in the Jackson County Fair. She won there at the Upper Cumberland show in June. She placed second. JoJo Harris is a beginner rider. She's 16 years old. She placed second Thursday night, this past Thursday night in the Western Pleasure.
We have Kelly Hightower of Florida, that's 18 years old, and she entered 2 classes tonight and placed in the American Quarter Horse Association shows consistently throughout the year.
Willard Vaughn. Willard is Julie's dad, and of course they have been good supporters of the Putnam County Fair, I'm sure, all their lives. Their son Danny is probably will be riding in the mule race tonight. I saw him out here earlier on his mule, so he'll probably be out there. There you see Willard Vaughn. Willard's been riding forever, he said.
I think that's probably right. The Vaughn family is so supportive of the Putnam County Fair, as are so many people that's in this particular class tonight.
Willard won 3rd place this past Thursday night at the Putnam County Horse Show in the quarter horse division.
And the judge is really looking him over, Dale Landrum of Crossville. And he's a special judge called in for the Western classes. And we, of course, have a different judge doing the walking horse classes.
Go ahead.
Go ahead with Julie.
I was going to say Julie Vaughn is 23 years old. She's been riding since she was 3, and she has placed and won in numerous competitions throughout the state.
And there we have Jerry Allen.
And Jerry's certainly getting some cheers from the crowd.
You know, Jerry has been in national competition, and that's something that's really an honor for Cookville, because you have to qualify. You have to win so many shows through the year or through the season to even qualify to be eligible to enter their national competition.
Kenneth Bryant is also in this competition. He's from Cookville. He started showing just last year.
His daughter, Molly, was in the Youth Western Pleasure class early, and she also won the first Miss Congeniality contest of Putnam County Fair's to the Fair contest and placed 3rd runner-up.
Johnny Allison is from Baxter. He's 12 years old. He was in the earlier class. Oh, I messed up. He's not in this class. He was in the first Western Pleasure. Shannon Franklin is from Cookville, 18 years old, been riding for 17 years, so been riding a long time. Placed in the state 4-H show in Shelbyville.
They're in a lope. They're supposed to be in a lope. Most of them are, as this horse is. And when they're talking about that lead, that the inside leg is supposed to reach out the very most. And if it doesn't, it can disqualify them or certainly count against them in this competition. Their heads are supposed to be level with their bodies, Becky. And so you see some of them that are a little low. This one is almost level. And you see some that are a little bit high. And the judge looks at this and takes it in consideration. Now, when they go to walk, you'll notice that they're supposed to go very, very slow. And the judge watches for this.
That's a pretty color horse, that kind of red color.
Sorrel.
Is that what it is? It's a pretty horse.
And the judge has called for them to come in and line up. And in this class, as the judge goes by and checks each horse for confirmation, he's looking to see how well groomed he is, how clean he is, if his colors, by the way, true colors, and if they're the color that is respective of the breed. And in the quarter horse breed, the sorrel, which is a dark reddish brown, is the most popular color for this breed. And we have Julie Vaughn we're looking at.
Julie mentioned Thursday night that black is becoming a popular color for the quarter horse.
Yes, it's just now becoming a popular color. These horses are normally shorter breed than your walking horse. They're stockier. They're much more muscular looking than other breeds.
Lisa Scott, number 110 on Frisky Samantha, has asked for permission to leave and did. We're going to turn over now to True Huffines.
Putnam County Fair. And another part of the show annually is the organist, the one who makes all the beautiful music and keeps the horses in the right step. And tonight we're happy to have with us from here in Cookeville playing the organ, Wayne Neighbors. Let's give Wayne a big round of applause as he works the show tonight. Wayne has been working here for the past several years, and each time when I come out here I get a chance to work, and I know Wayne's going to always do a good job. Wayne, how many years does this make for you?
I think this is the 8th year, the best I can remember.
I know, Wayne, when everybody starts doing a task, there has to be a goal that he has in mind, and when you work a horse show and play the organ, I guess there's one place that you always like to work, and was there one of those goals in your mind when you started?
You and I shared a little bit a while back that all of my life, one of my lifelong dreams was to play the organ for the Saturday Night Horse Show at the Putnam County Fairground. I used to watch Colonel Jones play organ and be on the sidelines and watch him play, and my mouth would just kind of drool and say, boy, one of these days I'd love to do that, you know. So for this making the 8th year, one of my dreams, one of my childhood dreams has come true. How about that?
All right, that's very fine. Wayne, I know you play a lot of shows. How many shows are you playing now per year?
Last year we did 18 shows around the Upper Cumberland and Kentucky and Tennessee both.
That's great. And I know the people are happy that you're back in Putnam County playing tonight. And we know that you're doing a good job here, and keep going, boy, for a long time.
Appreciate that. These are the greatest folks in the world, Putnam County folks. I love them.
Wayne Neighbors, ladies and gentlemen. The organist here tonight from Cookeville. Let's give him a big round of applause. Thank you. Now, see if there's anybody out here that's mine. No, he's this one. One of the official Tennessee songs, a little thing called Rocky Top. This is the Western Pleasure class lined up presently, asking all interest for the Lady Amateur class to be ready and steady by.
And Wayne Neighbors there on the organ doing a terrific job. We certainly appreciate all the fine support Wayne has given Channel 22 over the years. He does a tremendous job playing the organ. You don't think how much effort goes into that, but he has to think of a different song for each category, and sometimes the other night, Thursday night, he even slipped in Jingle Bells and Frosty the Snowman, just to see if people were awake. But he really does a good job. He has to play a different kind of song for the quarter horses as the Tennessee walking horses, and he's a talented person. We're lucky to have him.
Well, and Becky, just being an organ player isn't all it takes to play for a horse show, because as the judge changes his calls for the gates, if you'll notice in next class, so will the organ player change his tune. If they're in a flat foot walk, then he'll play a slow, soft music. If they're in a canter, he'll play something that's kind of a rocky type music that causes you to get up
and go.
And then if they go in the running walk, he really plays a faster little tune. And there's certain tunes that even the riders, from going around to the shows and listening to that music, when they hear him, they may not hear the announcer call for a different gate. They'll hear the change in tone on the music and know that they're ready for their next gate. And I know myself that I've experienced that change in music where the announcer will make the announcement, and you can just mentally prepare to go on in that next gate.
Well, it certainly does make a difference. I know to the crowd as well, if you just thought about what it would be like to have a horse show without the organ music,
you couldn't do it.
You just couldn't do it. It just wouldn't be the same. Wayne played for a friend of mine's wedding, and he's such a character anyway. Cindy and Burton Putnam got married back in December, and at the rehearsal, Wayne started playing horse show music. And he would say, "Let your bridesmaids canter now." You know, it was like, okay, this is too fun. We're having too much fun for the beer rehearsal.
I thought you were going to tell me he played Cindy and the Clowns.
Well, he could have done that too. We do want to mention tonight that we had noticed the other night, and she is over there ready to give a trophy. One of the little Tui twins that received one of the awards, and you and I had mentioned that we didn't realize that there had been twins in the Putnam County Fair pageants before who had taken one of the top 5 places, but we were wrong.
That's right. I apologize for that. But Teresa Meadows has twins that Jennifer and Rhonda Meadows that were in the Little Miss contest last year, and they placed first runner-up. Rhonda did, and Jennifer was third runner-up.
And so we regret that error, but we're thrilled to know, and there may be other twins that have been in the pageant. So if there are, people can let us know. We'll change it next year.
That's right. Let's go with Drew just a minute and see who won this class.
But he's waiting on you. Okay, the Western Pleasure class. First place, you'll ride to the opposite side of the ring to get your award, and that first place trophy and the blue ribbon in this class goes to entry number 44, My Skippa Dude. That's Julie Vaughn riding. Julie Vaughn riding. The entry's on by President Vaughn. My Skippa Dude 44 is first in the class. Awards will be presented on the near side of the ring that you're parked on, and your second place award goes to entry number 42. Lucky's First Wish, Harold Shores is riding. This entry owned by Terry Shores of Silver Point. Lucky's First Wish is second. Third place, third goes to entry number 14, Sharp Dressed Man. Jerry Allen is the owner rider. Sharp Dressed Man, 14 is third. The fourth award, fourth in this class, goes to 497, Dandy's Lacey Lee. It's Tammy Howard, the owner rider from Sparta. Tammy Howard riding Dandy's Lacey Lee to fourth. And the fifth award, fifth goes to entry number 88, Impressive Domino. Butch Glasscock rides this entry on by Shanks and Glasscock. And it is Impressive Domino, 88, fifth in the class. Let's give all of these riders a big round of applause for their fine showmanship here in the Open Western Pleasure class. Class number 5 completed.
Congratulations to Julie Vaughn for taking first place in that category. I know she's pleased.
I know she is too. She made an excellent showing. Julie is just one of those real good winners that's a gracious winner, but she was excited tonight and proud of her win. But she's also a winner that's always glad to see anybody win. Doesn't matter who, just let the best man or best woman win.
She really is. And coming in second was Harold Shores. Harold has only been riding for a year, I believe he said.
And you know,
great.
He has done real well.
Number 14, Sharp Dressed Man Jerry Allen took third. Tammy Howard took fourth, and Butch Glasscock took fifth. So that was a big, big class and some fine competition.
That was a hard class to judge, too. And we're having a change of judges right now at getting ready for the women's amateur walking horse class coming into the ring in just a second. Now, these are women amateurs, and the horses can be professionally trained in this class.
We would like to know if you enjoy watching the live coverage of the Putnam County Fair. Just give us a note. Please do. Drop us a note. WCTE TV, Post Office Box 2040, Cookeville, Tennessee, 38502. Debbie, their comments will certainly help.
That's right. And if you forget that address, you can always send your comment to Colwell Banker. I'll be glad to pass them right on to Becky.
That sounds good. So let us know if you like watching the Putnam County Fair and what events you like and any comments you'd like to make. We'd like to hear from you.
Now, we've got 3 entries in this class tonight, and this is a women's amateur walking horse class. We've got Sandy Kennedy, who the other night I mentioned that she was Tony Kennedy's daughter. I made a little mistake. She looks so young. She's his wife.
Well, my goodness.
He let me know.
Well, she certainly should look young, and that's not to say that he looks old.
That's right, and her number is Lucky 7 tonight. 165 is Sundance Royal Flush with Nelda Wright Oval, who won several things last Thursday night.
In fact, she won the final class, I believe, last Thursday night. Number 8 is Fancy BT Boy.
Fancy BT Boy.
With Becky Welch on the saddle. Is she from Cookville?
These are all Cookville people that are with us tonight in this class. The entry fee was $13 to get into this class, and the first place winner is going to take home $50. The second will take home $40, and the third will take home $30. So there's some good money at stake for these three riders. They're into their run and walk right now, Becky.
There's Becky Welch. She's a young rider.
Okay, now the judges asked them to slow down to a flat foot walk, and he's asked them to reverse and walk the other direction. So this class, they're not going to call for a canter. In a women's amateur class, they go a little bit easier on these riders than they do the men. So they're not required to canter. Canter's a little bit harder gait. So they're taking the reverse, giving the horse just a second to catch his breath of air, and I believe that's Nelda Wright. And she's doing a fine job of showing tonight. And you see how those back feet are stride and overlapping the front feet as he stepped forward.
Now, I noticed somebody, and there's a nice little horse. Who is that?
Now, that's Sandy Kennedy.
I noticed someone asked you today about the fact that the horse's behind was real low to the ground.
Yes. And did that hurt the horse?
Right.
No. That's the way they're born and bred to have that low back end that just slides and gives a gliding motion and gives you a smoother ride. But there's a rhythm to this horse's walk. And if you'll watch just a minute, that this is a good example. See how he glides the back feet up under and the front feet are up and way out, and that the head moves in rhythm with the motion of that ride.
Well, I see what you're saying about the hind feet. I had never noticed that before. They do not come off the ground very much at all, do they?
No. Well, they do. They're supposed to come up and go out. We've got the man we interviewed behind the barn today. If you'll remember, he said when his horse comes in the ring tonight, that his front feet will come up so high that it'll look like the horse is going to hit himself in the chin. As he comes in the ring, his feet will come up so high. And so that is something that they do look at. He's lining them up on the south of the grandstand and getting ready to take his last look at them. And again, he's judging them on confirmation.
Our judge is Harold White from Franklin. Our ringmaster is Bill Thomas from Livingston.
Becky, before these horses came in the ring tonight, they had to go through a veterinarian check. This is a federal ruling or federal regulation that they have to go through. And so before they can come into the ring for the show, they have to go through and have their feet checked and to make sure that they've not been soring them or putting any acid on their feet or using weights or chains or boots that they're not supposed to use. So occasionally you'll have some horses that were entered that have scratched because they didn't get through the veterinarian check.
Is that right?
If that happens, they are written up on a federal violation, and it can be very serious.
So it is a lot of people get the wrong impression about the Tennessee walking horse, and they shouldn't, because there are all sorts of safeguards to look after.
That's right. And I don't think that you'll find at Cookville show that we've had anybody turn down. So it's just not as bad as a lot of people had thought it was.
Our veterinarian for this show is Donald Ragland, and Donald is from Livingston, Tennessee. We also have a farrier. What does that mean?
Farrier is the man who shoes the horses. Or, as we say, I had my horse shod. It didn't mean you had him shot.
It means you had him shoot.
That's right, or shod.
We're going to go to Drew Huffines for the winners.
At the opposite end of the ring that you entered on. And the first place for the lady amateur class, first place goes to entry number 7, Sandy Kennedy of Cookville, riding Delightful Mountain. Delightful Mountain with Sandy Kennedy riding. All other awards to be presented on the side that you're parked in on riders. And your second place award goes to entry number 8, Becky Welch, riding Fancy Boy T. Fancy Boy T and Becky Welch riding the second. Third award to 165, that's Sundust Royal Flush. Nelda Wright of Cookville, the honor rider. Sundust Royal Flush, 165 is third. The lady amateur class complete. And a reminder to all the exhibitors, class number 8 has no entries. That's the road horse to bike class. We have no entries. Class number 9, hold up outside the ring till we give you the call. Hold the gate closed until we ask for the inch, because we're going to have just a little exhibition here before we move to class number 7. Juveniles on racket, as you be ready and standing by, we'll call you in just a moment.
And we hope that you're enjoying our live coverage of the Putnam County Fair and that you'll send your comments about it to us at WCTE TV, Post Office Box 2040, Cookeville, Tennessee, 38502. And we sure would like to hear from you. If you like seeing this, we need to know, because it's a lot of time and work, and like to know if you'd like to see it live. Right, Debbie?
That's right. I'd hate to think that we weren't going to be able to have this much fun next year that I might be fired.
No, you'll never be fired. We were talking about, we do want to reiterate that taking first place in that last category was Sandy Kennedy, second went to Becky Welch, and third went to Nelda Wright, and they are not going to have an 8th class, which is the
road horses to bike. And that was the same class as the roadster ponies to bike, but it was with horses and larger sulkies or bikes than what we saw in class number 5.
Our farrier, we were talking about him, but we never got his name. He's from Cookeville. His name is Richard Carey.
Richard's been doing the Putnam County Fair for a number of years, and if we happen to lose a shoe, they are only permitted 7 minutes to get the shoe back on, to find the shoe and put the shoe back on the horse. So it takes a minute or two to find the shoe wherever it might be laying in the room, get it to the horse, and then let the farrier get it on. So the ring, it's the ringmaster's duty to time this delay. And once they start, they've only got 7 minutes to get it done in.
Oh, what's wrong, Debbie? She ran out of things to say. I can't believe it. I can't believe it.
We're looking at the juveniles on ranking horses that are coming to the ring now, and we have
Derek Baranowski just told me an important piece of information, and that's that there is a nice crowd at the Putnam County Fair tonight. There's a huge crowd. It's so big that you kind of should park outside the fairgrounds tonight.
Wonderful.
So that's terrific that there's so many folks coming. We're glad that you're here and hope that you will come back.
That's right. Next year, don't wait till Saturday night to come to the fair.
Cuppery night.
That's right. You miss some really great things going on.
You can go on an eating binge with Debbie and eat all of your favorite fair foods. You can't get them at home. You can only get them at the fair. So we want you to make sure that you come down and join us at the Putnam County Fair. What's this class we got going on in here?
This is the ranking horse, juveniles on ranking horse class, and they're allowed to have built-up meat.
There you see them. This is class number 9. We have 20 classes tonight, so we're not quite all the way through.
Okay, we've got 12 entries in this class tonight, Becky. Number 33 is Mr. Magic Black Angel with Chris Thompson up. Number 193 is The Exit with Johnny Samp. Number 450 is Navajo with Marty Giesling. Number 440 is Suds McKenzie with Vicky Riccia. 474 is Queen Relation with Jennifer Carter. 493 is Copy's King Tut with Jennifer Hudson. 487 is Midnight Star with Chip Lowe. 494 is Delight's Hickory with Leanne Lowe up. 449 is Ebony's Knockout with David Smith. 229 is Kentucky Pride with Chuck Davis. 273 is Remington's Red Dawn with Paul Davis up. 655 is the High Interest with James Gravlett. And there you have our class with juveniles, second horses. And Becky, the judge is going to look at this for something entirely different than he's been looking for in any of the other classes tonight. He's going to look for a motion that's not a trot, not a flat foot walk, or not a walk. He's going to look to see that the horse's feet is coming up, but the back feet are sliding up underneath them. So it's an in-between of the walking horse and the quarter horse, I guess is a good way to describe it. But it is from the slow walking horse breed that these came from. And you're gonna see some horses with a low back end and the hind feet sliding up underneath them. The front feet come straight up, but they don't go out. And they go extremely fast when they ask them to go out of run and walk.
In this class, we have some information on some of our riders who took a moment to let us know about them. Vicki Ritchie from Sales Creek, Tennessee, is 13 years old. She's been riding for 2 or 3 years, and she's won about 10 ribbons this year.
That's extremely good. And for a 13-year-old, for these age kids to be on these horses, it's really unusual because these horses are known to be fast horses, and they're not really easy to ride.
Jennifer Carter is from Riceville, Tennessee. Is that right? She's 12 years old, and she's been running for a long time. She's won 9 or 10 ribbons this year. And in Jasper, Tennessee, she did play first place.
Chris Lowe is from Pikeville, and he's 14 years old. He's been riding for 10 years. He won reserve championship in the 4-H show in Shelbyville in the junior class.
That's a good show, isn't it?
That's right. So we might ought to take an extra look at Chris Lowe on Chip Lowe, and his number is 487.
Chip Lowe, number 487. That's 273 right there. That's Remington Red Dawn, ridden by Paul Davis.
The judges called for a slow rack, Becky. So they're to go a little bit slower. And again, that straight up motion on their front feet and the back feet to slide up underneath them.
Jennifer Hudson is from Lafayette, 16 years old. She's been riding for 10 years. She won the senior style racking 4-H state grand championship in the senior class division. So we've got some real talent in this show tonight.
That's right. She's number 493, and we might want to watch her a little bit more, too.
Would these horses be easily spooked? Because there are a lot of people standing around the rings. As we've mentioned, there's a tremendous crowd tonight. And does it bother them for people to be that close?
It does, horses, and it's really not good for the people to lean close to the rail. Because the one thing for the rider is they're supposed to get as close to the rail as possible. And so when somebody's leaning over the rail, you're a little bit afraid that you're going to hurt them. And I know from my own experience, Becky, that when I was showing, the only show I ever had an accident in was at the Putnam County Fair, and my horse decided to first try to go over the judge, and when that didn't work, he decided that he would just go for the midway and jump over the rail on that end of the grandstand. And so luckily for me, as he decided to go over the rail, the saddle girt wasn't tight, and it came off, and I came off with him.
Is that right? It jumped the rail?
No, I'm really not sure what happened since I was on the ground, but somehow they got him. But he was going over the rail. And you never want anything like that to happen, and certainly you never want it to happen in your hometown. And naturally, that's the only time I ever had anything like that happen. But I'm telling you for a reason that the crowd really needs to stay away from the rail. They don't realize how dangerous that it can be. And these horses, as a rule, are very high-strung horses, and it wouldn't take much to spook them all. The older they get, the less this kind of thing bothers them. But in these 2- and 3-year-old classes, I just can't encourage people enough to stay away from the rail.
And as you mentioned before, these are racking horses, which they have a tendency to go a little faster anyway.
And they're a little higher strung, and they're a great deal faster.
Now as they're standing there, we can see a lot of them have that real stretched out look. Is that what they're looking for?
That's right. He wants to see how well they're trained, not just to rack, but in the confirmation part of the judging, so that when they line them up, they're supposed to have their back feet even, their front feet even, and stretch out just as far as possible.
We want to say hello to Hubert Copeland, who provides the sound during the Putnam County Fair. Hubert couldn't be at the fair tonight. We hope he's watching, so we miss him. There you see one of those horses stretched out and still as can be. Huh?
And that's not important. The only other thing that horse could add to his confirmation is point would be for his front ears to be pointed forward. And used to, you were allowed to have a groom come into the ring to groom you down just a few minutes before the judge came by to take a look at you. And they did away with this in order to make the show go on a little bit faster. And the groom would get into the ring, and this was a big deal because used to, the grooms, as soon as they called for you to line up, would run him just as quickly as they could. And he would rub the horse down and get him clean and go away with all this before the judge got there. And then when the judge got in front of him, the groom would get in front of the horse and take his little rag and shake it around just a little bit and try to get the horse to look at him and booger up and get his ears pointed forward and just make a prettier little show. And unfortunately, they've done away with the part with the grooms in small local shows. But now in Shelbyville, every class they have, they call the championship class they have, they call the grooms in, and this is a big part of the show for them. And they'll even strip the horses down and have them take the saddles off so that when the judge comes by and judges them for confirmation, he can look at them without the saddle on.
Said Jimmy Swaggart was caught downtown with a midget lady. Said he hadn't completely reformed, but he was cutting down. No other news right now. Class number 7, the juveniles on racking horses. We're ready to present those awards. The blue ribbon winner. Now you'll ride around across the ring, rather, to the opposite side for the presentation. And that first place award, first place to 493. Copies King Tut. That's Jennifer Hudson riding. Jennifer's the owner rider, and she's from Lafayette, Tennessee, and a mighty happy lady right now aboard Copies King Tut. Second award, just turn around, come on in to get your award. Second, 450, Marty Giesling on Navajo. Marty Giesling rides Navajo to second in this class. Third award goes to 474. That's Queen Revelation and Jennifer Carter riding. Entry on to Billy Carter, or Billy Arnold of Riceville, Tennessee. Fourth award for this class goes to entry number 33, Mr. Magic Black Angel. Chris Thompson riding. That's Mr. Magic Black Angel 33 is fourth. And the fifth award in the class, fifth, goes to 440, Spuds McKenzie. Vicky Ritchie is the owner rider. Let's give all of these riders now a big round of applause. The juveniles riding tonight on racking horses. Good job to all of you. Thank you for coming out to the Putnam County Fair Horse Show for tonight. Putnam County Young Farmers and Homemakers drawing has been held, and the winner of the drawing for $50 in free groceries from the Baxter Food Center is Cindy Lynn, Route 13, Cookville. Cindy
and we had Jennifer Wilson taking the top honors in that category.
That's right. She did a great job. Now, that was the juveniles on racking horses, and the final racking horse class will be even more entries in it, and it's coming up in about 2 more classes, so you want to be sure to stay tuned.
Here's the slow motion of that particular class. Here you see. That's one of the juveniles from that last class that we just saw. The fellas down the truck doing a good job.
They're doing a great job, and you can see the movement that this horse displays, and it's really fabulous to get a better look at it. See how it's straight up, how high he lifts that leg?
That's nice to have that slow motion instrument.
It really is. And Becky, almost at a point, you'll see that not any feet are on the ground. Whoa, okay.
Right there, huh?
Well, we've got 2 on the ground there. It's
almost. Hard to tell.
Right now. Yeah, just about 1 instant before that, there wasn't any feet on the ground. All 4 were off the ground. And I think it's interesting.
And that's the juvenile racing horse that you saw there.
For it to be such a smooth ride, you can't believe that all 4 feet could be off the ground at the same time.
We certainly appreciate all the fine folks who are running camera and doing the audio and doing the engineering and directing and graphics. There's all sorts of people behind the scenes.
That's right, and I think that it's important to mention right now that we've got people here from Maryville, Soddy Daisy, Riceville, Noda,
That's right.
If you,
That's right.
I don't think we've got a big show at the Putnam County Fair. You need to be here and see it. It's the best show we've had and the best crowd we've had.
And that's right. It's tremendous. It's a tremendous night for a horse show. So we hope that you're enjoying it. And you'll let us know that you do enjoy our live coverage from the Putnam County Fair by dropping us a note. We'll put that address up again sometime during the evening so you can jot it down.
That's right. Now, we've got juveniles on walking horses. And these riders all have to be 17 years old and under, and they do have to be on walking horses. And the riders do have to be in walking horse attire. And this little boy looks so cute with his gentleman's hat on. This is a gentleman's class. This class, they're only going to be required to do a flat foot walk and a running walk. And a flat foot walk is the slowest of the 3 gaits that a walking horse is required to do. And again, it's a diagonally opposed movement of the foot. And it's square, and it's done on 4 corner switches to say that the execution is right front and left rear, and left front and right rear. It has a 2-measure beat and a 1-2 order. The gait is bold, even, and of comfortable carriage to the rider. So maybe we'll get slow motion shots later of the walking horses. The running walk is a particular gait that's distinctive to this breed, and it's one, again, that I told you earlier, that's born in the horse. It's not made to do it. There's no saying that a walking horse walks and a trotting horse trots. And you just can't take that and change anything about it. The running walk is a faster movement. It's just like the flat foot walk, but the speed is increased. And as the speed increases, the hind foot oversteps the movement.
There you see a good shot of the midway. The midway is going fine tonight. There seem to be lots of folks down there. I took a few minutes out last night and rode the double Ferris wheel. It was a lot of fun. We want to thank all of the fine folks who are on the Putnam County Fair Board, the officers, the commission, the fair manager, for supporting Channel 22 and helping us bring you this live coverage from the Putnam County Fair. Gary Brewington is our fair secretary, treasurer. Reggie Shanks is the president. Tom Gothard is vice president. And Kenny Maynard is the fairgrounds maintenance manager. They still have a lot of folks trying to get out into the ring. And you mentioned that the other night, Debbie, that they might have shown in an earlier class and they had a lot of work to do.
WCTE-TV, Cookeville, Tennessee. And this is Debbie Norris.
And I'm Becky Robertson McGraw, and hope you are enjoying our coverage of the 1988 Putnam County Fair. Debbie, it's a real treat to work. You folks just cannot imagine how much fun we have up here. We have a good time, and we appreciate you taking all your time and energy to help us out with this, because I know you've done a lot of research this year. You've worked hard.
But we've had a lot of fun with it, and I hope they've made it interesting for our viewers at home who aren't able to watch this live since they're maybe sick, not able to get out, come to the fair, and we'll make it as enjoyable for them at home as possible, even though it is much more exciting to be here and be a part of it.
We've got our horses walking now. It is fun to be at the fair. We love being here and hope that you'll come on down. If you're coming tonight, you got a little time left. If not, you need to for sure put it on your calendar for next year.
We're going to have the Sesame Street drawing in just a minute.
That's right. We'll be having our Sesame Street drawing. You all have been signing up for it at our booth, and I mean, our box is full this year. So whenever we get a break, we'll start drawing for some of those. There you see some of our riders. As Debbie mentioned before, this is our juvenile 17 and under walking horses. Let's see who's in this class. Number 417, Shaker's Glory, ridden by Misty Phillips. Philip Shoestore of Monterey, the owner.
Number 478 is Ebony Shady.
Stand-in.
Ebony Stand-in. Michael Herbert from Pikeville, Tennessee. John Swafford is the trainer.
Number 8 is Glory's Glory, ridden by Becky Welch. Mr. and Mrs. Lowe of Cookville, the owners. Becky Welch, the trainer.
And 188 is Sports Glowing Image with Quentin Guffey from Monterey, Tennessee up.
Number 460 is Threats Quarterback. Oh, Threats Quarterback. That's easy. Greg Craven is the rider, and he's from Sparta.
Number 87 is Bum's Big Walk with Tracy Farley up from Cool.
Number 222 is Ebony's Sandman. Chris Wittenberg is the rider, and he's from Crawfordville.
Number 459 is Leroy Brown with David Hancock up. E.J. Hancock's the owner, and they're from Cookville. Now, the judges asked for them to slow down and go walk, and again, this class, they're not required to canter tonight, Becky. And just as in amateur class, they go a little easier on these riders than they do the gentlemen's classes, and they don't... Canter is just a little bit harder gait for someone to master. And
now, this little fella seems to... he turned around once and he turned around again.
What they're trying to do is, and kids are really good at this, it's kind of like their trainers and their parents tell them, do as I say, not as I do. These kids are really spacing themselves out well. They're giving themselves room between each other so that when they get in front of the judge, he can take a good look at them instead of them all being up in a little bitty crowd where he can't see anybody very well.
Here's Tracy Farley from Cookville. She rode the other night in our Thursday night class, and I believe took first place on her 17th birthday.
She sure did, and I think she got a new horse for that birthday.
That's right. Misty Phillips is from Monterey. She's in this class. She's 16 years old, and she won first place in the Overton County Fair. Becky Welch is from Sparta. She's in this class. She's 10 years old. She's been showing she was 6. And she won in Livingston, Spencer, and she places good consistently.
Okay, Becky, you got a favorite parent?
Well, I'd hate to say. That's a nice-looking horse. Showy rider. This is a good class. It's going to be hard to choose.
Well, you know, the parents have put their kids on some really good horses for this class. Now, when I was showing, you had to canter.
Oh, you did?
Oh, yeah. And that was the most dreaded disease.
It was like, give me a break, don't make me canter. Well, we have some fine juvenile riders, and they're doing a terrific job.
We want to give a special thanks to Jimmy Robertson tonight for running these entries up to it, and they've made it much easier for us this year.
They sure have, and we've had a lot of information. Castle took some time out to try and get with some of the riders before the race. These aren't races; these are competition. And she got down some good information for us.
She did an excellent job. These kids are in a running walk, Becky. So again, it's the same gait. It's just a little bit faster, and the judges ask them to slow it back down to a flat foot walk. And that's it, and he's called for them to come in and lap. You see how that one's really working hard? This is probably my favorite right here.
The one on the screen.
Because, and the thing is his back feet, the back feet don't have a smooth gliding motion. See how they reach up and go over? They're supposed to go under, you know. He's got an overstep on the back instead of an understep. So,
well, you're just picky because you can see it that close.
You're probably right. But if I can, I'd say the judge did too. But I like that horse better than some we've seen in this class. But I'm afraid that he probably won't get but about 4th or 5th. Here we have him now.
And slow motion.
Slow motion. And if you'll notice, those hind feet are going up and leaving the ground. And that's not a good movement for a walking horse. It needs to be a sliding move.
Another winner's been declared in the drawing here tonight at the Putnam County Fair. The winner of a water bed.
This is where the stride of the Tennessee walking horse gives a gliding sensation to the rider. It's the gait where the forefoot strikes the ground a mere instant before the hind foot. So,
well, you can certainly see the motion of that one, and that young man's doing a terrific job riding there.
That's right. His hind feet are reaching up and over, and they're just not supposed to do that. But the front foot movement is perfect. It's an excellent example of a walking horse. And the head movement is in perfect rhythm. And so it's really a beautiful example of a walking horse.
It's beautiful to watch. We certainly enjoyed that slow motion instant replay. Hope you do too. It's a new feature. And Dick Castle, we miss Dick being up here with us.
I do miss Dick, but that was his idea, and it's probably the best idea that you've added to this program this year.
He certainly is. That was a wonderful idea. He thought that would be a good idea to be able to show people the actual movement the horse would be making. And
I like that, and I know these trainers would enjoy seeing that, and will enjoy seeing it again this winter because they'll know what they're doing and how to change it.
I'm glad you mentioned that. This winter, we'll be replaying all of the highlights from the Putnam County Fair in a series by that same name, and it will begin either in December or January, sometime when the weather's cold outside, and you can remember how nice it was here at the Putnam County Fair. So I want you to be sure and look for that. We did a lot of interviews. We went down today and shot something on the goat show and all sorts of things. We hadn't had time to get in on our fair coverage tonight, but we will be using that during our winter replay of the Putnam County Fair.
And Becky, I've had many people tell me through the winter when it's snow on the ground how much they enjoy seeing the replay from the live coverage of the Putnam County Fair.
Well, it makes you warm up a little bit.
It does, and it gets you excited. And I know, for instance, my own grandmother, it gets her excited about making those things to enter into the fair again in the fall.
That's right.
So it's good.
So don't forget it now. Be looking for it. Highlights of the Putnam County Fair will be coming up for you this winter on Channel 22. We did some interviews with some nice little fellas over by the chicken coop and all kinds of stuff. So if you're watching tonight and you're thinking, where's my interview, it'll be on the highlights of the Putnam County Fair.
Now, was that the same little boy that was on the front page of the Herald?
There was, we did interview that man who had the winning hen. Which I said, do you call that a hen or a chicken? And they looked like, I'm sorry, you don't need to be in this business. Actually, I just kind of looked and said, what is that? But, you know, I know it was some sort of poultry thing. We're going to go to Drew Huffines here. I believe he is preparing to give us the winners of this class.
We'll have 5 winners.
Class number 9. And your first place award in the class. First place goes to entry number 460, Threats quarterback, and Greg Cravens riding. Greg Cravens riding Threats quarterback. Other awards will be presented on the same side that you're parked in. That second place award goes to entry number 8, Becky Welch riding Glows Glory. Number 8 with Becky Welch riding to second. Third award in the class, third goes to entry number 417, and that's Misty Phillips riding Shaker's Glory. Misty Phillips riding 417 to third. And the fourth award in the class, fourth, goes to number 87, Bombs Wick Walk, and Tracy Farley is the rider. Fifth award in the class to 222, Eleni Sandman, that's Chris Quittenberg riding. Fifth award to Chris Quittenberg, number 222. Thank you, riders, for all of your contributions to the show, and give them a big round of applause as they depart the ring. Winning entry gets a final pass around the ring. Give him a round of applause. That's Greg Craven, Sparta, on Threats quarterback, 460. Greg Craven.
And that Threats quarterback, Greg Cravens from Sparta, gets his final ride around the ring. There you see him. There's Steve Rick, along with the beauties. Rick Cravens from Sparta taking first place. Second was Becky Welch, and that's her second place award tonight.
She's really made a fine show tonight at the Putnam County Fair.
Misty Phillips took third, Tracy Farley fourth, and Chris Wittenberg fifth. So we had a fine showing in our juvenile division. Now, Betty, I believe they're going to give away your money house out there. Oh, really? Yeah. We need to find out about that. We're going to turn it over to Drew Huffines to see who won the Caldwell Banker Money House.
Well, doggone, I thought they were going to do it up here.
The money house is displayed here in the center of the ring, and the correct amount this year was $123.45. $123.45. And we have the winner.
Oh, we got a tie.
Okay, wait a minute here. We have a tie, they tell us. Two people guessing 123.45, Sharon Schleiger, Route 2, Cookville, and Tim Smith, Route 1, Cookville. Each guessed 123.45. They tell us to be a little trouble splitting this house down the middle with all the money that's contained in it, so what they're going to do, they're going to award each winner $70 each. That's over half. It was $123.45. So each winner gets $70 from Caldwell Banker Robertson Realty. Thank you.
Hey, Debbie, they decided since there was a tie between Sharon Slager and Tim Smith, you had given $123.45 on that money house from Caldwell Banker. They decided, without you, without me, to give each one of them $70.
That's right. I see Peggy White, Chan, and Sonny Morris taking the money house out. But we had thought that we would...
Once again, I thought it. Well, they gave a little more than what you had decided.
So that's good.
That's awful nice. Now, I tell you, you told me that it took you a long time to put that together.
Well, we spent 12 and a half hours straight just gluing the money on the house.
12 and a half hours.
That's right. And so we decided this year that we would keep the house on display at the real estate office. Next year, just change some of the money out and give the winners a check. Because always in the past, we made the house out of cardboard and glued the money to it and gave the winner the whole thing.
Oh, my goodness.
And I don't want to go through gluing together another house and repainting it.
I think that's a good idea.
I'm telling you, just making the house is hours. It's about a full week's job.
Well, see, once again, I thought you were going to be more generous than you were. I think I had speculated, although I didn't put an entry in. I thought it was going to be like $188, but once again, I was like, way off. Well, I'm going to learn.
$123.45, and they gave away $70 apiece.
$70 each goes to Sharon Slager of Cookville and Tim Smith of Cookville for guessing on the Caldwell Banker Money House. That's incredible that they both guessed the same thing. Exactly the same thing. Keith tells us.
So if you will, come by the real estate office at Caldwell Banker Monday morning and let us give you your money.
Hey.
Or at the Putnam County Fair, come by tonight.
Hey.
That's right.
Good. That's a ticket.
We'll go pop quarters off Money House.
But you have to put some identification. They're not just going to hand out checks to everybody.
Vicki, we've got the flat shot style rocking horses in the ring, and this is a full class tonight.
Boy, it is a big class. This is class number 10. We're halfway through our fair coverage for the night. There are 20 classes.
And 20 entries in this class.
I pitied the poor judge for this one because it is going to be difficult. There are more horses than you can imagine.
Vicki, we've got entries from Lafayette, Greenback,
Spencer, Gainsborough,
Gramsley, Clark Range,
Crossville. I mean, they're from all over. Let's start telling folks who some of these nice people are out here in the center ring.
135 in average eye with Shane Cook up.
Number 194 is Big Time Delight with Ricky Butcher from Lafayette.
423 is Cinnamon's Delight with Penny Baker up from Greenback, Tennessee.
Number 184 is High Anxiety. Charles Price riding.
187 is Gatsby's Blue Chip with Freddie Price up. Charles Price is the owner.
Number 477, that's a big, no, that's a boy. Is that a boy?
That's a Boy Rocks.
Okay. Ridden by Fat Tingle of Cookville.
474 is Rocket Man with Jennifer Carter up. Calvin Russ, the owner.
Number 188, Size Super Pride, ridden by Bill Welch of Spencer.
481 is Frosty with Billy Warden up. Doris Warden is the owner from Grimsley, Tennessee.
Number 482 is Dudley. Tommy Baldwin is the rider. and owner and trainer.
161 is Page's Bay Lady with Greg Page up, and he's the owner and the trainer.
Number 500 is Smoky Mona. Jack Welch is the rider, owner and trainer from Clark Range.
41 is Rebecca's Happy Girl with J.C. Guppy up, and he's the owner and the trainer.
Number 487 is Midnight Star. Chip Lowe is the owner and the trainer.
42 is Becky Streeter with James Pierce up.
468 Doc, ridden by Kenneth Neelick of Clark Range, the owner and trainer.
461 is Roanoke Eagle with Ronnie Smith up. Roanoke Farms, Jamestown, Tennessee is the owner.
279 Prime All-Time Gary Bowen is the rider, trainer, and owner.
454 is Chad Drabble with Steve Swafford up. Max Swafford's the owner.
Number 455, Bass Lily, ridden by Andy Cox. She is the owner and trainer and from Crossville.
And Becky, these names sound so unusual, but it's because they're using part of a name of their stables for recognition, part of a name of other horses they came from, the bloodline, something that will cause someone else to recognize what bloodline they're from or what stables they're from. Cause you to have a second look at that horse that you might not have had.
And we're walking.
And there you see them. We have a few notes on some of these fine folks that Donna Castle was able to get us. Jennifer Carter is from Riceville. She's 12 years old, riding in this class with a lot of folks who've been riding a long time, I'd say. Jennifer's been riding a long time. She's won 9 or 10 ribbons this year, and at Jasper, Tennessee, she placed first.
Becky, this is the same class that we just saw earlier tonight. However, when we saw it, I think it was class number 7 with the juvenile, we possibly and did see some of the same horses that are in this class now. And that's one thing that's really handy for a family. They can bring the horse in and let their children ride it in one class and come back, and they come back in another class later with mom or dad on it. These horses are, again, the judge is looking for the same thing. He's looking for an upward motion of the feet.
And
a fast.
And that's what I was going to say, because they are moving right along. They're coming in front of our side of the grandstand now, and as you look at them, they are just moving.
Becky, this is the largest class we've had tonight, and this breed is becoming so very popular in the Middle Tennessee area that I mentioned the other night. Used to, there wasn't such a breed, and these horses were not horses that could go ahead and excel as a show walking horse, and it wasn't a smooth ride like a walking horse, and so there were so many of them, they started having racking horse classes, and they became so popular because of the speed in the last gate that it just demanded that you have a racking horse class in every horse show.
Well, if you picked out a favorite here, they're lining up on the south side of the grandstand, and there's so many of them, they're having a hard time finding a place to line up.
Becky, I have to be honest with you. I really haven't gotten to pick a favorite out tonight. How about you?
Well, I can't really say that I picked a favorite, but I saw somebody go by, because we've been looking at a lot of other things, notes and all that sort of thing, but I saw somebody go by a moment ago that had a really nice looking horse, and you realize that I'm speaking purely from an amateur viewer's standpoint, and that was number 184, High Anxiety with Charles Price riding. I'm not sure where is he from, Cookville? We don't know, maybe from Cookville. But now, that is just totally from just watching him as he went by a moment ago.
Now, you've had some experience with this now, and I'd say you've got a good eye for it, Becky.
Well, we'll see. You say there are 20 entries in this, and there can only be 5 places.
That's right, and Becky, it wouldn't surprise me at all for the judge to pick out about 6 horses that he really did like, pull them on the grass, and have a workout. Take a second look at the other remaining 14 horses
let them on out of the ring and have a workout. And I hope we see something like this tonight because it's a lot of, it's really exciting. And since we did class number 8 cancel, we've got time for a workout. A lot of times the judge may want to have a workout and he'll just cancel it or not have one because of the time factor. But we've got plenty of time tonight, and this class is so full that I have an idea he's going to ask for a workout.
And they'll be getting in contact with you so you can pick up your winner. Now, Needles and Nails tell us the large carved candle that they were giving away.
And he's taking a second look at everybody, and
Route 10 Cookville.
We can see him writing his numbers down. He makes his final decision.
In the Needles and Nails booth.
We'll keep an eye on the ringmaster, as I'm sure some of the kids on the end are doing that, or some of these riders are.
At 10 o'clock for the show tonight.
You can tell from the signal of the ringmaster if there's going to be a workout before it's even out.
And our judge for this evening is Harold White from Franklin. The ringmaster, Bill Thomas of Livingston. And he will be, I guess, taking the judge's decisions up to the scorekeeper. Our horse show chairman is Roy E. Fox from Cookville, and we talked to Roy earlier, and he was telling us that this event takes months and months of planning and cooperation and volunteer support on a lot of people's parts. So we certainly appreciate all the folks who have made the Putnam County Horse Show possible.
Becky, I don't think we're going to see a workout.
No? How can you tell? They just look like they're tabulating?
Yes, and normally if they're going to have a workout, the judge won't. He's already so tired. He's been on his feet all night. He's having to stand out there in the rain. And in the ring, he's not going to walk all the way up on that platform and back down just to judge the second half of a class. So once they go up the steps, you pretty well know that's it.
Well, he may have seen what he needed to see then when he was taking a look. It's a big class.
It is a big class, and it was a hard class for him to judge, I'm sure.
We want to thank again F&I Cable for helping us get our cables out to the center ring, which has enabled us to bring you coverage from the center of the arena this year. It's helped a great deal in our horse show coverage, as well as our other coverage.
That's right. I saw Charlotte Pierce taking entries tonight, and I wish we had the names of some of the other ladies that worked so hard taking entries. They were so busy they couldn't even look up to say hello. You've got all your trainers that come in at one time. You've got about 30 minutes to take all the entries for the show. Now, they don't close the entry booth down until, if you were going to enter at Class 9, they don't close that class out until Class 7 goes in.
Oh, really?
Right. And I say even at that, you could probably still get in through the first Class day. Just so long as you've got enough time to go through that federal steward station or veterinarian, they call it steward station, for inspection.
And our veterinarian is Donald Ragland from Livingston. The farrier is Richard Carey from Cookville. Our organist, of course, is Wayne Neighbors of Cookville. And match ceremonies, Drew Hubbines will go to him for the winners.
Your first place award in this class, first place, right across to the opposite side of the ring for the trophy and the blue ribbon, and that belongs to you, entry number 187, Freddie Price, riding Gadsby's Blue Chip, 187, gets first. Presented on the same side, your part and your second award. Right in to get your award, 194, Big Time Delight, and Ricky Butcher is the rider. Big Time Delight is second. Third award, we have two people wearing the same number, but we have that all taken care of. And the third place award in the class goes to Bill Welch on 188. Bill Welch, 188, Society Super Pride is third. And the fourth award, Quindon Guffey, riding Sports Glowing Image, 188. Sports Glowing Image is fourth. Fifth award, fifth goes to 184, High Anxiety and Charles Price riding. High Anxiety 184 is fifth in the class. And now all of these winners get a big round of applause, and everybody in the ring deserves one. Let's show them our appreciation for coming out here tonight to the Putnam County Fair.
And taking first place was Freddie Price.
All right, and second was Ricky Butcher. Third was Bill Welch. Fourth was Quentin Murphy, and fifth was Charles Price.
And that's one that I picked. So I at least got in there somewhere, huh?
You did great.
I did okay, but
I did it Saturday night, and the show's halfway over. We've about got the hang of this
maybe
again.
so, maybe so.
Now, we've got Class 11 with the amateur specialty class coming in, and this is a walking horse class. They're not required to canter. I think this is a little unfair.
Yeah, that's surprising.
It is, and that's the prettiest gate. It's the hardest gate, but it's the prettiest. So, but we will be seeing that gate.
I was going to ask, because that would be a terrific thing to get to see slow motion on, would be a canter, because you'd be so different. Now, in this particular class is the gentleman that you spoke with behind the barn, and we saw that interview earlier, and we want to remind folks they'll be seeing that again in our highlights of the Putnam County Fair.
Elwin Bryant.
Bryant, that's right. And he's from Knoxville.
Yes.
And he expects to win this class, he said.
Yes,
he hopes to win.
Now, he won our state class last year, our biggest class.
Our biggest class last year, he did take on that same horse, right?
No, it was a different horse, and for some reason.
We hope that you are enjoying our live coverage from the Putnam County Fair, and if you are, that you will let us know.
Send your notes and your comments. Let us know what you want to see next year. If there's something special you want us to tell you about, please give us a call or send us a note to WCTE TV, Post Office Box 2040, Cookeville, Tennessee.
We'd like to know if you like that live fair coverage, the Putnam County Fair.
And, of course, if you forget that address, just bring that note by Coldwell Banker.
That's right, and Debbie will take care of it.
That's
Debbie
right.
Norris, Coldwell Banker.
Make sure WCTE gets it. And we have some ladies coming in this class as well as the gentlemen. I see John Spofford just came in.
Now, this is going to be a big class, isn't it? We've got a lot of entries in this particular class. And some ladies will be in the class. So that'll be good. We enjoy watching the gentlemen and the ladies. There you see a lady rider.
16 entries tonight, Becky.
16. So this is a big class.
This
has been an excellent show tonight. We've had a lot of entries, a lot of really talented riders and horses. And as you mentioned earlier, if you wanted to see a good horse show, the Putnam County Fair is the place to be.
That's right, Becky. And you need to come on down, pick a winner out, and choose for yourself. This is the amateur specialty class, class number 11. And the riders are not required to canter. So the judge probably won't even call for a canter. In some cases, he may go ahead and call for it, and they're just not required to do it. But
tell us who's in the class.
All right. Number 225 is Ebony's Royal Fortune with Joyce Martin up.
Number 121 is Miss Autumn, ridden by Richard Mason from Madison.
125 is Delight's Red Demon with Elwin Bryant, the man we interviewed from Knoxville, Tennessee.
Number 124 is E.T. Tinkerbell, ridden by
Dr. Land Beavers.
Dr. Land Beavers. I'm not sure where that is, where he's from.
I don't believe this, but it appears like he may be from Shelbyville.
Really? Well, that looks like, doesn't it?
So
maybe he came to the big horse show tonight.
That's right.
To the Putnam County Fair.
Johnny's Queen's Diamond with Harold Lauren is up on 168. 132 is Delight's Boy Rum with Andrew Wallace up from Monterey. 476 is Arab's Miracle Sun with Jan Herbert up, Clarksville, Tennessee. 131 is Lady Elizabeth, Lady 8-Ball with Mary Tinchup from Cookeville.
Number 192 is Favorite Big Star, ridden by Preston Sweeney.
420 is Ed Sport with Bob Older up from Maryville.
Number 480 is Premier Roxy Lady, ridden by James Blankenship of Lebanon.
71 is Coins Glassguard. It's Dwayne Chaffin up.
Number 186 is Stolen's Copy Boy, ridden by David Jones.
169 is Sun's Royal Delight with Todd Burnett up from Deer Lodge, Tennessee.
Number 439 is Senator Last Chance, ridden by Larry Hawker.
Number 290 is Shaker's Boy Man with Greg Cyber up. There you have it, Becky, a fine class with a lot of entries, and the amateur specialty class not required canter.
Now, when there was a horse that came by here a moment ago that the crowd had a particular liking to, and I think it was number 71. I'm not real sure because they didn't do anything this time. But a moment ago, they all really cheered. And
maybe we can encourage the crowd to cheer some more and let us know who your favorite is.
As a rider, does that mean a lot to you? If
yes,
you ride
it does. It really helps you feel better and show better to know the crowd's with you. It helps. The judges asked for them to go on reverse at a foot walk. And if you'll notice, this horse is taking a break, and they're permitted to do that just for a second or two. And sometimes the rider will reach down and do something to the bridle, and what he's doing is there's a chain that goes from one side of the mouth to the other under the chin, and it's a curved chain, and they may reach down and jiggle it just a minute to loosen it up. They may even reach down and tighten it up a notch so that as the horses work, they have a little bit more control over him. And
that was number 71.
The crowd has picked out a winner, Coins Glasscoin, and that horse happens to belong to Mr. and Mrs. David Turnage.
Well, we certainly know those folks. Brenda Turnage, of course, is and her husband, her daughter Brandy, are all wonderful supporters of Channel 22. Help out on our auction each year, and we certainly appreciate their support. And they're also big horse show fans.
That's right. Now he's asked for a running walk, and it's just a faster version of the flat foot walk. The only difference is when they go in the running walk, their feet do extend more than they do in the flat foot walk. And you see that foot stretching up past where the front foot sets down just a little bit more than you did in the flat foot walk.
I was looking for Mr. Bryant, since that was a gentleman you had talked to earlier, and we had seen him getting ready for this particular class. He is number 125.
He's mentioned to us that we wouldn't recognize him with his ride habit on after having seen him behind the barn.
And I haven't, unless this is him right here. Yeah, he just passed us, so we may be able to get a shot of him. He has on a dark suit and what do you call that color horse? Sorrel?
Sorrel-colored suit. That's it.
They're going to line up on our side.
That's right. There he is. The judges called for him to come in and line up so he can judge them now in confirmation. Take his score pad and tally it up. I don't know if you were listening earlier or not when we talked about the ringmaster's duty, but the judge will call out to the ringmaster his favorite choices. And he may even tell him, this one's first, this one's second, give this 2 marks. Some will do it, different judges do it on a different system. And it's the ringmaster's duty to keep up with everything. And then at the end of the class, give it to the judge for him to tally up. It's also the ringmaster's duty to, if there's a breakdown in equipment and the horse and rider call for a timeout, it's the ringmaster's duty to go check and see what's wrong and relay that message back to the master of ceremonies. When the judge decides it's time for them to come in and line up, it's the ringmaster's poor duty to walk over to the far side of the ring and show where they're to line up and in what formation. Every time they change gates, it's the ringmaster's duty to signal in to the master of ceremonies that there is a gate change. And their signals are all hand signals. And so if the judge calls for a flat foot walk, the master of ceremonies will merely put his arms, drop his arms down to the side and lift his hands up in a flat shape. And that lets the master of ceremony know it's time for a flat foot walk. It's real simple hand signals. If he wants them then to go into a running walk, he'll just make a swift sideways motion with his hand. And if he wants them to go into a canter, he'll make a cupping motion, like you're making a mountain with your hand. And the master of ceremony knows that calls for a canter. To reverse, you just a little
just twirl
circular.
around,
That's
huh?
right,
Tell 'em to go
motion.
back the other way. And there you see the judge and the ringmaster. The judge is making notes. The ringmaster is pondering it, I suppose.
That's right. However, Becky, there is one other thing that makes that signal message go a lot easier and a lot smoother. Regardless of what class it is in the walking horse breed, they go in a cycle, and it's always flat foot walk, running walk, flat foot walk, canter, flat foot walk, reverse, and it's the same thing all again. You cannot go into a canter without having gone back into a flat foot walk. Everything that the walking horse does comes out of a flat foot walk. And they're born doing a flat foot walk. They're just, it's a nice, slow, easy
They just
gait
know
for
how
them.
to do
That's
that.
right.
Well, our side of the grandstand has picked out number 71, I believe, is their favorite, which is Coins Escanade. Ridden by Dwayne Chaffin and owned by Mr. and Mrs. David Turnage of Cookville. There you see him. He's our side, I believe. At least we've heard a lot of cheering for him.
That's right.
You spoke with number 125 earlier, which was Mr. Bryant. We saw him getting ready. Said he had a lot to do to get his horse ready. He's from Knoxville.
He really did, and we really took up a lot of his time, and I appreciate him giving it to us.
He's a fine person and a very personable man. We certainly appreciate Mr. Bryant. Number 125, who's on a lovely horse. And let's see, Delight's Red Demon. That was the name of the horse.
I don't know too many people that would allow you to go behind the barns and film close-up shots of their horse's front feet.
Oh, yeah.
With as much controversy as there is now about the walking horse breed.
Number 125 is Delight's Red Demon, Elvin Bryant. We're looking for him. I believe he's next, maybe. No, that's 192. But that looks like him. Do we have a 192? No, we do. That's Preston Sweeney. Well, we're looking for Mr. Bryant, but we haven't found him yet. So maybe we had a mix-up on the numbers.
First place award in this class goes to entry number 124, Dr. Land Beavers, and riding E.T. Tinkerbell. Dr. Land Beavers riding to first in the class aboard 124. Second place goes to 186, David Jones on strollers, Copy Boy. David Jones riding to second. Third goes 121, Richard Mason aboard Miss Autumn. 121 is third. Fourth place in the class to 420, Ebb Sport, and Bobby Holder riding. Bobby Holder on Ebb Sport is fourth, 420. And the fifth award goes to 476, Ebb's Miracle Son, and John Herbert aboard. Ebb's Miracle Son, 476 is fifth. Let's give all of these riders a big round of applause out here tonight. Thank you, riders.
And taking first place was number 124, Dr. Land Beavers, on E.T. Tinkerbell, and that was a lady rider.
That's right.
So
and the amateur specialty class.
Now, Miss Donna's favorites come up next. Yes, sir, Miss Donna Castle. Her favorite category is coming up next, and that's the mule race. What do you think, Debbie?
I think that this is a great class, and it'll be even more interesting once we get the entries.
No. Oh, wait, we have them. We had them. I had them.
Okay.
Your friends down there had not let you down. They gave them to your cohort in crime who didn't ever give them to you.
Just as long as we've got the entries for this mule race, we're going to be ready to go. And I like this class, too.
Now, you see the qualification here. No saddle.
That's right. And it has to be a mule.
It has to be a mule.
Now, Becky, the object of this class is?
Yes, to stay on the mule.
And not run over the judge. I don't know
run over the
how many of you remember last year this class became a real event when one of the riders got going so fast that he lost control and ran over the judge, but at least the judge saw him and got back up.
He got knocked down, but he got back up, and that's what amazed me. And I had someone that told me later that all I said all the way through the thing was, well, bless his heart, bless his heart. I think he needed more than that bless. Uh-oh, we've already lost a rider over there. We've got a mule loose.
Now, they don't disqualify him yet.
No, I don't think it started yet.
No.
But they got to find some way to stop him.
Last year, we had so many entries in this class that they had to divide them up and run in 2 heats.
Now, in this class, now whose mule is that? We've got some little old bitty mules, but at least some of the riders look like they... Now, what are they doing? Are they starting?
I'll tell you what, Becky, they had the mules out here this morning for the Mayor and Coach show and the mule show, and you've never heard such singing in your life.
They were yee-hawing pretty good,
That's right. Sounded like my husband snoring.
He's not going to like that, Dick.
No, I shouldn't.
I don't believe it.
He does.
Don't believe it.
Not like that anyway.
Well, now I'm telling you, this is the first time I've seen dust kicked up in that arena tonight.
They may decide to come in and wet it down again because we're only at Class 12 and we've got 8 more to go. So and it looks like they probably need to come in and water down a little bit. But the only thing these people have to do is make it around the ring 3 times, still on their mule, and be the first one to the gate, and they've won.
In this class, number 191 on Shay is Johnny Hargis.
Number 469 is Lulu with Bill Warren up.
Number 470, Dono, ridden by Shane Qualls.
And 452 is Sally, the mule, with Roy Moss up.
Number 467 is Red, ridden by Dale Key from Monterey.
And 485 is Lightning, with Scott Wilson up.
Number 437, Amos Moses, ridden by Stephen Wilson.
498 is Fast Forward with Jeff Moore up. Scotty Wilson's the owner.
Number 426 is Burt, ridden by Jimmy Craighead. And Danny Vaughn is the owner, and I'm surprised that we don't see Danny Vaughn in this race.
I am too. I thought he was going to ride in this race.
And this is truly a race.
It is.
This is not a show competition as such. It's a race, a mule race.
There's only one rule. Everybody. That's to stay on and not run over the judge.
2, 3, go.
Go.
And they're off. And we've got someone out in the lead right at the front.
And they're coming around the curve. They're heading out fast, and we've got number
469, I believe.
Leading them up, and as he's making it around the curve,
Hulu with Bill Warren is right up there at the front, but he's being overtaken.
Now we've got some guys standing here marking the corners, and they're in a really dangerous position because mules have to go completely around them, and as you can see on the
and they're waving them to stay on the
northwest side, Jimmy Robertson's really having a hard time keeping them away from him.
Now some of them are having a hard time with their mules, and they're not wanting to get going. We've got a lead runner right now.
Well, Becky, you know, it's just real hard to direct a mule
on to the finish line. We've got some of the mules trying to get out in the center.
Now, we've not lost a rider yet.
Now, they may be running these in, are they running in heats? Because they just ran through their first 3 laps. Number, I can't see, the young man in the white cap with the white shirt was the lead runner. The man you see walking there, Bill Warren, was, I believe, in 2nd place.
I believe that's the end of that class.
There you see our winner, number 191, Shay, ridden by Johnny Hargis.
452, Sally, Roy Moss, the rider. They'll be on 467.
I see I've got a cousin in this class.
You do?
95, Lightning. 437, Amos.
Who is that? You do? Well, I'm not sure if they're going to, if this class is over or they're going to run again.
By seeing agent Bruce Lewis.
Well, they appear to be lining them back up again, so they may be going to take it one more time around.
We'll have the names of the winners in just a moment.
Oh, Well, no, they're going to decide the winners here. So I guess we're going to get to see, I believe, from what I could tell, that Johnny Hargis came in first on Shay. Bill Warren came in second on Lulu, and I'm not sure who came in third. But they certainly had a good time, and no one got knocked down and no one fell off that I know of. I think somebody fell off, but they got back on.
Well, this is the first time that I've ever seen this class where we only lost one rider. And that's unfortunately what made it so much fun and so exciting, was to see these daredevils get out, ride bareback, and fall off and get back on. But I think the real daredevils happen to be these men that stand on the corners to make sure they go completely on the ring and don't cut the corner short.
They try real hard waiting, but I'm not so sure that mules pay any attention to that. They're waving them to stay into the outside ring, but I'm not real sure that the mules pay any attention.
See, this is the backside where they didn't think the judge was watching. So they could cut that corner short. They did.
And they did. There you see Drew Hubbines, who is our master of ceremonies this evening. And the scoring table, they have a hard job having to tabulate all those scores as they come in.
That's right. Well, actually, they're also having to write down who won which, because the winners have to go back through the steward station again.
Is that right?
Oh, yeah. Make sure well, the mules won't have to. But
and we're going to go out to Drew Hubbines for our winners.
Four has been completed, and now we're ready to present those awards. Now, the first place winner, you're going to go to the other side of the ring that you're parked on for the award, and that winner, the winner of the mule race, entry number 470, Shane Qualls on Domino. Shane Qualls aboard Domino across the ring for the awards. Second award goes to entry number 469, Lulu, with Bill Warren riding. Bill Warren on Lulu. Both of those fellows are from Livingston. Third place in the mule race to 467, Red, with Dale Key aboard. And the fourth award, fourth goes to 985, Scotty Wilson riding Lightning. Scotty Wilson on Lightning is fourth, and the fifth award to 437, Amos Moses and Stephen Wilson riding. Let's all of these riders a big round of applause as they ride back to the barn now.
Well, Debbie, I made a mistake there. I had the wrong number down for the winner. I had the right person. I knew who it was, but I had the wrong number, so I called him by the wrong name. Taking first place was Domino, ridden by Shane Qualls, and his number was 470, so I apologize to Shane for calling out the wrong name there. We knew who it was, but I had the wrong number for him. Just the way it goes.
That happens sometimes. It's confusing to keep up with the names and the numbers when you have as many entries as we have got tonight. There you've got a
view of us over here on the south side of the grandstand. Believe running camera for us right now is Steve Boots, Mark West, Derek Baranowski. We certainly appreciate them for coming and helping out. And there are other folks in the truck. Lots of people make this production possible with WCTE TV, and if you enjoy the live coverage of Putnam County Fair, we hope you'll let us know.
Our next class coming up is the 15 to and under walking horses. And Becky, this will be the first class that we've had tonight that we've seen the walking horses canter in.
Oh, we're going to see a canter.
That's right. These horses, 15 to and under, is the measurement 15 hands and 2 inches, starting at the ground, going with the front foot all the way up to the top of the shoulders. And hands is about 4 inches. So
this is class 13. Class 13.
And we're looking at Charlie Mayberry on
Sprouse's Delight. George and Sue Sprouse of Dunlap are the owner. Charles Mayberry is the trainer. Also in this class, you see there number 173, That's Ebbs Market, ridden by Steve Trisdale. Steve Trisdale. Steve Denton, the owner of Cookville.
And the judges called for a move on into running walk.
Also in this class, we have number 128, Hot Shot Pride. You see there, Tommy Bandy, the rider. He is the owner and trainer from Allgood.
And Becky, when they get through with the running walk, the judge is going to ask for them to go back into a flat foot and then into a canter. And the canter is a rise and fall movement that has a lot of spring and rhythm, but is without appreciable jar or jolt to the rider. The gait is a refined gallop with a rolling motion that's become known as the rocking chair movement. And that name came from Jack Kennedy, who loved to watch the walking horses, and especially loved to watch them canter, and his favorite thing to sit in was a rocking chair. Thus came the name rocking chair.
Well.
And when you sit on a walking horse and you're in a canter gait, it feels like you're in a rocking chair because you're just rocking back and forth. There's not any work to it.
There you see number 87, that's Ebby Super Sport, ridden by Carl Hollingsworth. He is the owner and trainer. Those are our 4 contestants in this particular class.
Now there we have a canter. And Becky, I think that it's easy to say that canter is a graceful, easy, and handily motion.
And we can see them coming around here on our side.
And again, they have to take the correct lead, meaning that the inside leg, the leg that faces the inside of the ring, has to be extended the very most when it hits the ground. And that is critical in this part of the show. If it's possible, when they know they're going to go into a canter, they'll wait until they're in the curve of the ring to call on their horse to canter. And to call on a horse to canter, all they have to do is tap on the inside shoulder and call in the canter and lift slowly. You notice this guy, when he stopped to go on the reverse, fooled with the bridle just a minute. And what he was doing was loosening the curb chain up underneath the horse's chin, and he gave the horse just a minute to breathe. He may also wait a minute for the horse in front of him to go ahead and go on, so he spaces himself more evenly between the other horses, so when he does get in front of the judge can get a longer, cleaner look at him.
And that was Tommy Bandy. Now we're going to see a slow motion, I believe, of a canter.
And see how he lifts up that inside leg, and it reaches out further than the outside leg does. And it's really easy to know if you're on the right lead or not. You just look down over the horse's shoulder, and if you see the inside leg coming up, you know you're on the right lead. If you look down and you don't see it, and you look over the other shoulder and you see that knee coming up, you're in trouble. And usually by that time, it's too late.
And really, that horse has a long stretch when he's in a canter,
Look
right?
how easy this man sits in the saddle. I mean, there's just no exertion of effort on his part.
Good job in the truck with our wonderful production people. They're doing a terrific job. And hopefully I can let you know who I believe David Dow is our director right now. Our production engineers, Ralph Welch and Gary Bradford.
And we're looking at the 15-2 and under walking horse class. And they're in a flat foot walk. Everything they do has to come out of a flat foot walk.
So now they're going to call them for a canter?
Yeah, they're on the reverse now. And
is he trying to get him into a...
That's right. He missed and he had to start over. And there's a good example.
And that is Carl Hollingsworth on Ebby Super Sport that you're seeing right now.
That's a little fast for a canter. It actually should be just a little bit slower. But that's a fine.
There's Tommy Bandy. We've seen him before from Allgood. Charles Mayberry is also in this class, as is Steve Trisdale from Cookville.
Even though they're in a canter, that form has to still be the same. We saw some of the horses in a canter that their back feet might not be as up and under the horse as it was in a flat foot or running walk, and it's supposed to be. still scooted up underneath them. So that's important in this gait just as well as it is in flat foot and running walk.
I hope you're enjoying our coverage of the Putnam County Fair, and hope that if you're not heading down this way, you still have plenty of time. We still have several categories to go. You could still take in the fair tonight if you're a night owl. If not, make plans to come next year so that you can see all the full action right here from the Putnam County Fair and get you something to eat, look at the exhibits, and stop by and stop at all the booths. That's always fun.
That's right. The midway is wide open and running hard tonight. We're looking at the 15-2 and under walking horse class. The judge is looking them over. And in the Western classes, Becky, you know, the other judge asked them to back up. That's not a requirement of the walking horses. He's looking at them merely for confirmation in this particular part of the class.
And that's what everybody's waiting for, is that trophy to take home.
Aren't they beautiful?
They sure are beautiful.
You know, years ago, Becky, they gave us silver trays.
That's nice.
That was a wonderful gift. And I can tell you now, about 90% of the silver that I have, what little I've got, came from horse shows. And I really enjoyed receiving a silver tray much more than I did a trophy.
I'm sure. You can use that silver tray for all sorts of things.
And you'll notice all of these riders are in English riding attire. They're all on flat saddles or English saddles. They've all got their horses trimmed out in show style with ribbons in their mane. And if you even take a closer look at the horses' feet, you'll notice that they've taken shoe polish and polished the horses' hooves black to give them an even better shine than they did before. My fan club is leaving.
Your fan club's leaving, and we didn't even get a shot.
We were going to get a shot.
And they're leaving. But what can we say? I mean, we're watching WCTE TV, Cookeville, Tennessee. County Fair, and what a beautiful night it is. A pretty full moon. The midway's ablaze, and the horse show is all in full form right here at Putnam County Fair.
Second through fifth awards will be presented by Debbie Fletcher, runner-up, prepares for the fair, 17-year-old daughter. Wayne and Melissa Fletcher, escorted by David Bradley. Their parents are Mr. Wayne and Melissa Fletcher, escorted by David Bradley.
And we've got, hey, Debbie, we're going to try and get a shot of your fan club if they'll turn around here, but they're leaving. Oh, there they go. We got the backside of them. But they're headed down to the midway. They gave up on you. They've decided to, we're going to go to the first place awards out in the center ring.
And you can see we've got a big crowd with us tonight. And those of you who are sick,
216,
bedridden,
Sprouse
and able to come
first
in
the class. All other awards on the same side. You're parked in the second place award in this class. Go 128 Hot Shot Pride and Tommy Bandy riding. Tommy Bandy on a Hot Shot Pride is second. Third award in this class. Third goes to number 87 Ebby Super Sport. Carl Hogsworth up. Ebby Super Sport is third. Fourth award in the class. Fourth goes to 173 Ebbs Market and Steve Tristle riding. All these riders deserve a big round of applause now in the 15-2 and under competition. Let's hear it for them. You got a chance now to see the winning entry around the ring. One final pass, if you will, please. That's 216. Sprouse's Delight, Charles Mayberry riding for George and Sue Sprouse, Dunlap, Tennessee. On Sprouse's Delight.
We need the other horse, the other horse.
There you see him, Charles Mayberry. He's coming around on the center ring here. And we're going to get a shot of him right now, I believe, on this camera as he enters this ring. Oh, there he goes. He's leaving. I thought he was going to take his right around.
Charlie Mayberry works for the Putnam County Health Department. He's shown horses at the Putnam County Fair for probably the last 20 years. He has some great horses, but he's a great supporter of the Putnam County Fair.
And Charles just took first place in that one.
And he did a great job in that class. He really did.
No, he's pleased. Coming in second was Tommy Bandy from Allgood. Third was Carl Hollingsworth. And fourth was Steve Trisdale. So that was a good class.
And we've got the style racking class coming in right now. These horses got built-up feet. And we've got some good horses coming in, and this is a big class.
This is a style racking class.
Now
Style racking class, class 14.
We were talking about these horses being fast horses, and so in this class, they're not judged on speed. They're judged on style and consistency of the motion that they're supposed to have. And you've got a completely different look with these horses than you do with the walking horses, because these horses' feet go in an upward movement. The horse's head is tucked in and does go up in a rhythm movement with the horse's action as he moves on. And again, they're on flat English saddles, and they're harder to ride than a Western saddle is because you don't have a horn, they're flat. It's essentially the same as going bareback, except that you have got stirrups to balance yourself with. They have everything is with the English style in their riding habits, their bridle, and back. These English saddles, a good show saddle costs you about $500.
Oh my goodness.
Now, I told you the other night you probably get one for a couple hundred, but one that you want to use in a show, probably about $500. For a good bridle, you're talking about $75. The breast bands that we're seeing tonight, some are, like this one's red patent leather, that one's gold, the bridle. Everything's made to match. I think that horse's girt was even matching.
So you could put money into it if you want to.
Yeah, but I don't think that the equipment is hardly as expensive as the Western, because they have so much silver that they can put in theirs and make such really more beautiful tack, showier tack.
Now this is a big class, and they're even having a hard time finding enough room to move around each other.
I'll really be surprised if he doesn't divide this class in half and have a workout, because they're so close to, so many in here that they're so close together that you can't hardly get a really good look at one. The racing horses are not required to have cut tails, and so that saves the owner, the rider, the trainer a great deal of time and trouble. As Mr. Brian explained to us earlier tonight in our interview, that they do have to keep them in a tail set. But even with this, these people still take a great deal of care with their horses' tails, because we're seeing some really pretty tails. And that, see how thin that one is compared to some of the others? That hair is so brittle and so dry that to have a really pretty long tail, they have to keep them picked out. You can't use a comb, can't use a brush. You got to do it with your fingers, and you have to keep a lot of oil in those, as well as in the mane. So when you see a horse with a real long mane and tail, you know that it's been a well-groomed and well-cared-for horse. And as with the walking horses and the quarter horses, you can see that the selective color in this breed is black. We've got very few other colors in this class tonight. Becky, we've got in this class tonight, number 168 is Johnny's Queen of Diamonds with Harold Lane up. Number 500 is Mr. Magic Black Angel with Joy Thompson up.
743 is King Wild Spirit with J.L. King, the rider.
89 is Sunset Jubilation with Tom Page up.
Number 177 is Beldar's Shadow, ridden by Don Davis of Coalfield, Tennessee.
423 is Coney's Gold Illusion with Penny Baker up from Greenback, Tennessee.
Number 68 is Coltstock, ridden by Susan Moore.
Number 17 is Mellow Yellow with Tony Kennedy up from Pinson, Tennessee. The owner's from Pinson, Tennessee.
Number 483 is Spuds McKenzie, ridden by Calvin Wright. The owner is Bruce Ritchie.
Number 189 is Carbon. John Petty's up. The owner is Ronnie Measles. Number 267 is Sons Junior Raven with Don Pierce up, and Don Pierce is the owner. His wife worked real hard tonight to help take the entries.
That's right, Charlotte Pierce. Number 663 is Fistful of Dollars, ridden by Charles Giesling. Glenn Cole is the owner.
442 Magic Bums Warrior with a Liddell Toilet up is owned by Crooked Fork Stables.
Now, they have got such a large class, we're not even finished reading them, and they've lined them up. Do you think he's going to do a workout?
I say it's highly possible because he's moving down so fast in front of them. I don't see how he could have judged it this quick, however he may have. Let's run through the riders'
Number
names.
492, Stock Exchange, ridden by Ray Angel.
49 is Central Babe with Kenny Cavalier up.
420 is Sports Sensation, ridden by Dwight Crowder.
468 is Set 'em Up Joe with Kenneth Neely.
Number 462 is Ebbs Mr. Black, ridden by Sammy Bow.
235 is Steamboat Willie with Tom Rivers up.
Number 472 is Rocket, ridden by Laddie Key.
457 is Southern Drifter with Cliff Carter up.
Number 458 is Queen of Revelation, ridden by Jennifer Carter.
And 98 is Delight Darble Honor with Chuck Graham up.
Number 45 is Bums Ace, ridden by Ricky Lefew.
966 was Idler's Dream with Ted Turner up.
Ted Turner? Could it be?
Big names at the Putnam County Fair.
Now, there is one that has drawn some attention from the crowd on this side, and I believe it's the blonde one. I'm not sure. Is that a Palomino?
Becky, that is the Palomino.
How
now
about
it's drawn your attention.
No, I know it's drawn my attention because I like that kind of horse a whole lot. But
we're having a workout.
We are.
We're having a workout, and it's showtime at the Putnam County Fair. I love a workout.
This is your favorite part, huh?
Listen to the crowd.
Those pull into the center of the ring. Again, repeating, that's 663, 743, 235, 500, 17, 168, 189, and 457. Now, those that are remaining on the rail, we'll ask you to take the rail to your left, and we'll be walking.
At a slow walk or slow rack, and he probably will be eliminating these horses in just a few minutes.
So he's going to look at these first, right?
Now, the catch is that if you in the audience see something that you really like and really catches your eye, now's the time to cheer and let the judge know it, because whatever he sees that he may not have seen before, he can pull in on the grass for the final workout. Now, we've got one that appears to be leaving the ring right now, Becky. So he felt like the gate was all he was going to get out of this workout.
There are 25 entries that we have listed in this class alone. And that is a large class. You can see them coming around the bend here. There's so many, they hardly have room to work.
The judge just asked them to spread out a little bit. Now notice the Master of Ceremonies has called for them to move on now. To a fast rack. This class is judged on style for consistency, not for speed. He's asked for them to come back down to a walk now and to go into a slow rack.
We want to mention the ladies have been helping, and gentlemen who have been helping out down registering people, and what a hard job that is, and they've also been bringing us the information. Charlotte Pierce, Phyllis Brogdon, Teresa Swiston, Jim Robertson, and Frida Nash. Frida happens to be also the daughter of Mac McGay, the dancing fiddle man, if you remember from the Porter Wagner show.
Oh, really?
That's right. Frida, of course, has lived here for quite some time. And she's helped us out several times, as has her father. And now they've excused some of the riders who will be leaving the ring, and I guess they're keeping the ones who are going to go for the gold.
And the judge, I didn't see him pull anybody in back into the workout. So he evidently thought he made his choice correct the first time. And
there's that Palomina.
That's right. Now, we've got a rider that's come in and asked the judge a question.
Is that unusual?
He's done. It's unusual to do it in the middle of a show. You have the right to contest a judge's decision after the show.
Now that girl is right there. Well, there are certainly some crowd favorites all the way through in this group.
Isn't that pretty?
We have left number 500, Mr. Magic Black Angel, ridden by Jay Thompson. I'm trying to note the numbers we have left.
I'm not a lot of help there. I didn't bring any my glasses, and I really can't see the numbers.
Now, I know you don't wear glasses. You
I really can't see the numbers.
Really can't see.
That's why I've not been helping. I can just say, I can see the horses now.
Also, 663, Fistful of Dollars, ridden by Charles Giesling, is in this. Mellow Yellow, ridden by Tony Kennedy, is also in contention. 235, Steamboat Willie, ridden by Tommy Rivers.
But you see how their back end slides? But the front end is an upward motion, not an up and out, but an upward. And that's, see the difference between a racing horse and a walking horse?
It's a little prancier, isn't it?
Yeah.
It's a little...
And it's faster. And they also appear to be a leaner horse, too.
Now, do they have built-up feet?
These do, because they're going for style. There's your Palomino, and it is beautiful.
That's a pretty horse.
Beautiful horse. It's a big horse. I'd say that horse is probably 16 hands easy.
Now, what does that mean, 16 hands? And he's a crowd favorite. People really like him.
People always like a big black horse.
I know. But now, listen, here they're cheering for the Palomino.
Well, they think that's Roy Rogers and Trigger.
I like those Palomino ponies. Horses.
Hands is 4 inches.
Hands is 4 inches.
When you measure a horse, you supposedly were going...
From where? From his feet up?
The ground up.
From the ground up.
And you start with his front foot, and you go up to the top of his shoulder.
So that's a big horse,
yeah. He's 60 when you consider that it's 60 inches, 15 hands.
Now, their tails are really pretty here. Their tails are really straight out and flowing, and
these horses are shown for style, and so these riders have taken a great deal of trouble to keep their tails in good condition, and we talked about that earlier. Since they don't have a tail set that they use on them in the stable, they keep them wrapped in like those leg wraps, like an ace bandage, all the time. Keeps them from getting rubbed up against the stable wall and breaking off. Or that hair is so dry and so brittle. And the judges called for them to come in and line up.
Also in this is Southern Drifter, ridden by Cliff Carter. Centennial Babe with Kenneth Culver. And Johnny Queen of Diamond. Johnny Queen of Diamond with Harold LaRue. We didn't get all of the numbers, I don't believe.
No, we had one horse that decided to come over here and line up.
Now here's the big black horse that you were talking about before, and what a showy horse he is.
And he's a big horse. It's easy for big horses to win because they can make such bigger steps.
And that is a beautiful horse. And he did have some crowd appeal.
Straight up his feet come. They really don't reach out that far. That one reaches out a little further than most, but stands straight up there.
It's so smooth.
Yeah, but still it's stiffer. It's a stiffer movement than you got with a walking horse.
And there you see two of them. They look like they're dancing.
Yeah.
Who choreographed that? A beautiful class. We've had a big class, 25, 26 entries, and they've brought it down to probably about 12.
That's right. It's our only class tonight that we were able to have a workout in and get the crowd really stirred up, excited, and pick out a winner.
And they did. I mean, they really did get into it, and they were cheering, and they were really thrilled when their particular horse was chosen to move into on the grass there for the workout. And
this has been the best horse show we've had, and we've had a better crowd tonight, and it's a shame that people waited till tonight to get out to come to the fair.
Because there's been something terrific every night. They really had superb entertainment, and Monday night, of course, was the pageants, which is always a big night for a lot of people. Tuesday night, we had the gospel singing, which was wonderful entertainment. Wednesday night was motorcycle races, and I believe they went on real late. I heard that they got going till 1 o'clock.
I didn't stay for it, but they were here till quite late.
Then Thursday night, of course, was the Putnam County Horse Show. And Friday night was our mountain dance competition, and was really a lot of talent out here. And, of course, tonight, the Open to the World Horse Show. So if you waited to come tonight, we hope next year you'll make plans to come a little earlier and get in on several nights of the fair, if not every night of the fair.
But those of you who are sick at home or just not able to get out and go to the fair, and you have to stay home and watch it on TV, we realize that you're missing the fun and excitement that we experience here. But if there's something that we're not telling you that you'd like to hear about next year, let us know. If there's something about the horse show or...
You think they're calling you Debbie?
I'm wondering.
They're calling somebody,
something else.
another Debbie out there.
But if there's something you want to know that we're not telling you about, let us know. And if you enjoy the show, let us know that too, because we need your encouragement.
That's right. We'd love to hear from you, and we'll put that address up again this evening before the night's over so that you'll know where you can reach us. Now I believe we're going to turn over to Drew Fines, who should be ready with the winners of this class, the style racking class number 14.
Now ready to award the first place trophy in the style racking class. And that winner will ride to the opposite side of the ring for the presentation of that award. The style racking class tonight is won by entry number 500, Mr. Magic Black Angel, and Jay Thompson is riding. Mr. Magic Black Angel 500 is first in the class. All other awards will be presented on the same side of the ring that your park riders, and your second award goes to entry number 663, Fistful of Dollars. That's Charles Giesling. Third award, third goes to entry number 235. It's Steamboat Willie. Tommy Rivers is riding. Steamboat Willie is third. Fourth award in the class goes to 189, Carbon and John Petty aboard. And the fifth award goes to 457, Southern Drifter. That's Cliff Carter riding. Cliff Carter aboard Southern Drifter. Now right here's your chance to show all these riders your appreciation for the racking class. Let's show them how much we enjoy their show. Thank you, riders.
And our racking class, taking first place was Jay Thompson, Mr. Magic Black Angel. Second went to Fistful of Dollars, Charles Giesling. Third went to Steamboat Willie with Tom Rivers. Fourth, Carbon with John Petty. And fifth went to Cliff Carter on Southern Drifter. My Palomino didn't make it there. Well, Debbie, we want you to send your comments. We want folks to do that to WCTE. You can say hi to Debbie, too. All right, got a new class entering the ring.
The walking show pleasure class. And these horses are not required to have cut tails or built-up feet.
Walking show pleasure. This is not your show style walking horse. This is a pleasure horse that you can take out on a ride. You can work on the farm. But since some of these have got built-up feet, I don't think you'd want to use them to work on the farm too often. But they make a very pleasurable ride.
And this is class number 15. We have 20 in all tonight.
And in your walking show pleasure, you see the riders are in their English attire. You know, Becky, I don't know if we talked about this, but these riding habits that these riders have got on will run about $400 or $500.
Just for them?
Right.
Just for them to wear?
That's right, just for the rider to wear.
So it can be an expensive hobby.
It sure can.
You never told me how much a horse would cost. You never gave me a total cost for the night.
Becky, we could get one and have a lot of fun and win some shows with for probably about $3,000.
For the horse?
Now, we wouldn't be winning any big shows, but we could win some small town local shows with it, yeah.
That's still a lot of money.
Yeah, and it's a lot of time because you got to get out and ride that horse every day.
In order to be ready for the show,
competitive.
Right? And for the horse to be ready for the
right.
show.
If you're going to be competitive, you really need to do that.
But now, if there's a viewer that's watching and they just want to have fun with the horse, they don't necessarily plan on wanting to spend that much money, like me.
Okay, you could get a good horse for $500–600.
Well, that'd be good.
But, Becky, regardless of what horse you get or what breed you get, you need to get something that's registered. Yes. And make sure when you buy it that you've got the papers with it that day. It only costs about $15 to transfer ownership. I think that's right. I think it's $15. And if you're not getting papers with a horse, I tell you it's registered, there could be a problem. So when you've got a registered horse, you've got something that is tangible that you know has some value behind it. And whether you get a quarter horse, a walking horse, bragging horse, make sure you get one that's registered with papers. And yeah, you can get one for $500.
I wonder how much a mule costs.
I don't know. I couldn't control a mule. There's no stubborn. I want something I can have a little control
So
over.
you can get into this and not spend
Oh, yeah.
a lot of money. Let's tell the folks who's in the class. Number 128, Little Debbie, is ridden by Tommy Bandy of All Good.
Number 7 is
Number 133 is Mere Boy's Hi-Hat, ridden by Renee Swallows of Monterey.
Number 77 is Black Elle's Son with Raylan Phillips.
Number 453 is Rex, ridden by Tiffany Pennell. And number 7 was Chestnut Charlie, ridden by Sandy Kennedy. And we have some nice short. Now, a minute ago, we were watching, and they asked them to go into a canter. Were they supposed to do that?
Oh, yes. Every day was and they still have to. The consistency of the guys in and most of it was works right there. But his hands again are not flying. But that probably was our best choice.
And that was number 77, Black Gal's Son with Raylan Phillips.
That's a good one.
Well, you've seen
two.
Several good ones, no?
Okay. I think that one's a little... Now, this guy almost started a canter because he knew when they called the walk
that they were going to call.
That's right.
That is the same horse. That is the same one you saw on the.
And if you'll notice, he was watching the judge. Well, a lot of times watch the ringmaster, and it happened, I'm sure, was he saw the ringmaster call for the canter before it was called out. But you're so used to it when they're showing as much as these people are every weekend.
Now, he seems to have a real smooth style and rides. I mean, it doesn't seem like he's having to pull on the horse to make that move.
And that's the whole idea. But the more training, the more work that's involved, the easier it looks. When you see one that looks that easy, you know there's been hours and hours of hard work behind it. I say that horse at number 77 is on is probably about 7 years old.
Is that old for a horse?
No, but that's after about 8, you're beginning to look at an age show horse.
Now, coming up next, we're going to have the 3-year-old walking horses. After that, there'll be the Plantation Pleasure. And then we'll have just a couple more left.
Amateur walking horses, the riders have to be 18 and over. We have class 19 is speed racking, and they'll fly in that class. And then class 20 is the walking horse stakes. And that is a walking horse that's any age, and it can be a mare, stallion, or a gelding.
So, really, any horse, any walking horse can get into that competition.
Any horse that may have already been in any one of these other walking horse classes can be in the state class. So a lot of horses that we saw earlier tonight may very well be in that class.
Now, the money isn't really different, a lot different from between 19 and 20, those last two classes. But is the honor more important in that last class to be the stake winner?
Yes, you always, yeah. To be the state class winner, it's like the grand championship of the Putnam County Fair.
It's the big doo-dah.
That's the big to-do, the grand finale. The difference in the prize money is $50 for classes 1 through 18 for first place and $75 for the last two classes for first place. But they gave away tonight about $200. That's a lot of prize money.
That's a lot of prize money.
Yeah.
And there were a lot of horses. I forgot. Roy told us there were going to be over 100 horses, and I forgot how many he said.
I thought there probably would be about 200 horses here, and I say we've not missed it by far.
I would say you're right.
So we've had an excellent turnout.
It's been good. It's been a great horse show. We still got more to go, so we hope you'll stay with us. And we want to remind you that coming up this winter, we will have highlights of the Putnam County Fair. All of this footage that you've been seeing over the last week will be edited down and brought to you by Channel 22. Last year, Dan Fox was responsible for putting that together and did a tremendous job. Spent many hours putting together highlights of the Putnam County Fair, but that's always something people look forward to when it's nice and cold outside. They can remember how nice and warm it was here. And it's pleasant tonight. It's cool.
It feels really great.
Considering how warm it was today.
Becky, you know, I was laying on the couch one night about 2 years ago, and I wasn't watching TV, but I was listening to it. I hate to tell this.
No, go ahead.
And I thought, who is that hick on TV? And I looked up, and it was me.
No,
it was. So I went to Tech and asked them, I said, can you help do anything about my speech? And they said, well, it's not anything wrong with you. It's just your dialect.
This is too good. This is just too good. You're so honest. You have nice speech, and you have a nice dialect.
And I sound like a hick.
You don't sound like a hick. You sound like a genteel Southern lady. So we're glad you're here. So do I, but, you know, that's the way it is.
No, you don't at all.
Yeah.
But we're live at the County Fair. This is unrehearsed.
It's unrehearsed.
So what you see is what you got.
And that's all we can say, right? Well, that's good that you just went over to Tech. That was a good place to go. But that was it.
There's nothing they could do.
They said, that's it. The way you talk, live with it.
That was awful.
That's good, Debbie. You're a good person to share that with.
Good sport.
We're going to get the winners now. We're going to go to Drew Huffines for the first place winner.
The award goes to entry number 77, Rellin Phillips riding Black Gal's Son. It's Rellin Phillips up riding the blue ribbon in this, the walking show pleasure class. if you will come back, we have another award we'd like to present in this. The winner in this class also is the winner of the Jesse Owen Challenge Trophy, and is to be presented in honor of Mr. Owen by his wife, Mrs. Gladys S. Owen. This trophy must be won 3 years consecutively in order for permanent possession. Mr. Owen was a long-time supporter of the plantation, or the show pleasure class, which was his favorite, and for many years he exhibited love and support for the Cookeville Horse Show and the Upper Cumberland Riding Association. Mrs. Owen remains an avid supporter of the sport as well, and thus that trophy is presented as the first place winner, number 77, Black Gal's Son, and Relon Phillips riding. All right, all other awards presented. Now on the near side of the ring to you riders, and your second place in this class. Second place goes to entry number 128, Little Phoebe, and Tommy Bandy riding. Tommy Bandy aboard Little Phoebe is second. Third goes to 133, Mary Boy's High Hat, and that's Gene Swallows riding. Fourth award, fourth goes to entry number 7, Chestnut Charlie. Sandy Kennedy is riding. And the fifth award goes 453, that's Rex. Tiffany Panel riding, and that is Rex. 453 is fifth. Class 15 complete. Class number 16, that's the 3-year-old walking horses. Class 16, the 3-year-old walking horses with 5 entries getting the call.
And taking first place was Black Gal's Son with Relon Phillips riding of Cookeville. And Maxwell and Phillips are the owners of that. Randall Phillips, trainer. And he also was the winner of the Jess Owens Memorial Challenge Trophy given by Mrs. Gladys Owens. And the Owens family, of course, been longtime supporters of the walking horse shows
And the Putnam County
and
Fair.
the Putnam County Fair. Kathy Wallace, in fact, was a wonderful friend of Channel 22, one of our terrific auction volunteers. And you mentioned to me that Kathy won several things this morning.
Yes, she brought some colts out and won first place in the Marion Colt Show, and then went back in and won Grand Championship, our bestest show for that division. And so she had a beautiful Marion Colt out here that I just loved. The little colt was so little, and he made such a good show. And you could tell that there's been a great deal of time and halter breaking that colt. He couldn't have been but about 6 months old.
Wish we could have seen that. We'll have to, maybe we can see that next time. We didn't even realize that was going on.
Now, that Jess Owens Challenge Trophy has to be won 3 years in a row, and I'm not sure if that's 3 years in a row by the same rider or the same horse. So that's something we need to check on, but they do have to win it 3 years in a row.
And, of course, Kathy Wallace is Kathy Owens Wallace.
Right.
She is the daughter of Jess and Gladys Owens, and we certainly appreciate them for giving that challenge trophy. We're now in this next class, Class 16, the 3-year-old walking horses.
That's right. Now, these horses are also not required to canter any longer. And used to, a 3-year-old was required to canter, but they decided that it was sometimes pushing a horse just a little bit too hard at too young an age to go on and canter. So all they will be doing, I think, in this class is a flat foot and a running walk.
When do they start the canter then?
They start training them in a canter between 2 and 3, but
they're not really at it then at that
that's
point.
right.
This is live coverage of the 1988 Putnam County Fair on WCTE TV, Cookeville, Tennessee. We hope that you're enjoying watching it and that you'll let us know that. We'll be able to put up that address maybe later on and give you the address where you can drop us a note if you'd like, and let us know what you'd like to see on our coverage of the Putnam County Fair. And there you see it now. Post Office Box 2040, Cookeville, Tennessee, 38502. And you can just send it in care of us about your fair, what you like to see on your fair, what you like to see live.
And Becky, we've got a good view of this lady on a 3-year-old Tennessee walking horse. And it's a hardy breed. You can tell by this horse, him to only be 3 years old to be as stocky as that horse is. Today's horse averages about 15.5 hands height. And we were talking about a hand being a measure of about 4 inches or of 4 inches. And it's taken from the withers down to the ground. And a horse will weigh from 1,000 to 1,200 pounds, but I dare say that white one we were looking at may weigh even more than that, because that's a pretty stocky looking horse.
Now, you mentioned earlier to me that a rider will do anything to maybe catch the eye of the judge and catch the eye of the crowd in dress and looking just a little showier.
Right. And this girl has on an excellent example of that. She's got a red lame type jacket on, and traditionally you would go with a black, more sophisticated look, but this is becoming more popular now to have a showy jacket that will cause the crowd to look at you quicker and maybe cheer, and the crowd is with this lady.
They really like that white horse.
That's
and that,
her they're cheering
that
on.
showy style.
That's right.
That is, we'll let you know who that is. The name of the horse, The Ghost That Walks. That's Vicki Jones riding. Alfred and Vicki Jones are the owners, and they are the trainers, and they are from Jamestown.
Becky,
we're glad to see them here.
Only been one white horse that's ever won World Grand Championship, and I'm double checking our records here to make sure of that. And that was in 1954. White Star was the name of the horse, won the World Grand Championship. It's the only white horse ever won. And Piercy Moss was riding at that time.
Well, how about that? See, you're just full of information. Is it just unusual to find a white walking horse?
It's very unusual to find a white walking horse, and it's not something that's dominant of this breed.
Well, she sure is a showy horse.
Makes it
Looks
beautiful
good.
stuff. And they are used. They're unusual to find, hard to find, and if you can find one, they always want to use them at the show for their flag bearer.
Oh, really?
Yeah. Just makes us much more impressive.
Look. With all red, white, and blue, I bet.
So,
also in this class, we have number 17, Ed's Golden Magic, ridden by Tony Kennedy, and Ben Buford is the owner from Missouri. Number 116 is Romea's Half Moon, ridden by Jerry Warmel. Helen Bryant is the owner.
488 is Dude's Natural with Douglas LaRue up from Jamestown.
Number 432, of course, is the Ghost Walks, Vicki Jones, and Vicki Jones, and she is from Jamestown. There, you see her.
And number 460 is Coin Pay Me Later with Greg Craven up from Putnam County. And the judges asked for him to move on into a running walk. Becky, we were talking about their look. You'll know these horses have a large amount of stamina, but they don't have any trace of coarseness to them in their physical makeup. And their color, you're going to find any color in this breed. Mostly, what you're going to find is a black horse or a brown, but it's very seldom the white horse. A lot of times you're going to find stocking legs. You know what I'm talking about?
When they have the white on their leg?
Right, from the knee down, or a star down their head. The tails are long and full, and infrequently you're going to find white tails, just not very often, but most of the time you're going to find a tail and mane that's called flaxen, and unfortunately that's about what my hair is becoming, is flaxen.
What does that mean?
A little gray.
A little gray. Well, my hair is real flaxen then. Now, there is a horse coming around on this bend, and he's going to turn around, but his tail and mane look blonde. They look lighter than the color of the horse. There you see him.
So that's,
what is that? Is that?
I call it a flaxen mane and tail because it's not a palomino at all.
See how blonde though the tail looks?
Yeah.
It's beautiful.
It is.
It looks really nice. When you see a horse, they are lining up on our side too, which is nice. When you see a horse that's a little unusual in color, does the crowd automatically go for that horse because it's
sometimes they do, and in this case they have gone with the girl with a white horse, but she made an excellent show and deserved for them to go with her. A Blue Roan is a beautiful horse, and I haven't really seen one in the show tonight, and that's kind of unusual.
What color is that?
It's kind of a gray, reddish look. They call them Blue Roan. I see our fair secretary, Gary Brington, joining us.
Yeah, he's going to come over here and talk to us in a minute as soon as we can clear the way. And we will be finding out the winners here in just a moment, and then after that we'll get to talk to Gary Brewington, who is our fair secretary. That doesn't mean that he's a fair secretary. He's a great secretary, but he's for the Putnam County Fair. And later on we also need to give away our Sesame Street chair that we've been having people sign up for all week long.
I signed up again.
You signed up?
Again.
Again? And you said, no, that's not rigged. We got this box, and if her name's in there, it's in with 6 million other people.
I've got a little niece and nephew that need that chair so bad.
Need that little Sesame Street chair. We're also going to give a Lawrence Welk album, since we have Lawrence Welk series on Channel 22.
I like that.
And then we're also going to give a cap. So we're going to Wayne. We're going to Drew for the win.
And the first place in this class goes to entry number 488. That's Dudes Natural and Douglas Lefeview right. Second award in the class. Second place goes to number 17, Ebbs Golden Magic. Tony Kennedy rides to second in the class. Third award, third goes to 460. Coin Pay Me Later, Greg Craven's up. Coin Pay Me Later's 460 is third. And the fourth award, fourth goes to 432. The Ghost That Walks, and Vicki Jones is riding. Vicki Jones aboard the Ghost That Walks takes fourth in the three-year-old class. Thank you, riders, and they all deserve a big round of applause for coming out here tonight to the Putnam County Fair Horse Show. Plantation Pleasure Walking Horses, you're next. The Plantation Pleasure Horses, the ring is yours. And we're looking for 14 entries in the class. 14, and bring them on.
But that just goes back to show you that the flashiest is what picks up the crowd's attention. And had that been a class full of maybe 13, 14 horses, the judge might not have even looked at her had she not had something to cause the attention to, to her. So it's an important thing and an important part of the show.
Well, it was a good class watch anyway. We're happy to have with us Gary Brewington, who is the secretary of the fair, not the fair secretary.
And for tonight's horse show, your title is?
That was just put on there.
Oh.
Let's put it like that. Now they knew information would be coming in, won't be on, so they just put it here at the fair for the show secretary. I'm not the secretary of the horse show. It's bad enough being secretary treasurer of the fair.
What do your duties require for that? You must have a big job.
Yeah, exhausting. I, of course, handle all the money, and that's dangerous. But my thumb's automatically going like that this week, but we handle the money. We do all the booking of the grandstand, booths on the north grandstand. We handle the things on that. I sell the concession stands 30 days before the fair. Work with All-American, who is a tremendous, great group of people to work with. We've got the best carnival, cleanest carnival we've had here in a long time, and they're here for another year or so, and they've been here a couple of years, and they're just a good carnival. They added a couple of new things this year, and this year they had the Himalaya. Everybody was wondering where it was at last year. It's here this year,
It's back.
And it's back.
Well, we want to commend you on a wonderful fair. This has just been a tremendous week, and you've had so many. We were commenting earlier how much wonderful entertainment and different exhibits that are here, and it
just a really tremendous fair.
Well, I had some visitors Thursday from the state president of the Fair Association was here Thursday, and another person to judge the fair. And of course, last year we were the 1987 state champion fair throughout the state. And they were here to judge us for another category this year. We're not allowed to win that again, but we go into a merit program. And they were real tickled. They were real impressed with that. They thought some new things we'd done, added on to the chicken barn and filled it up again this year. And we just done some more things around here that they were real impressed with. And of course, Becky, we couldn't do none of this if it wasn't for the people of Putnam County. They've been great and so good, and we couldn't do it at all if they couldn't be here and help us and support us. And they've been a great help. We appreciate everybody in Putnam County.
Well, we certainly appreciate you, and I know they do too, with all the hard work you do. Is there anything that you'd like to add before we go to this next class?
That's about it, I guess. It's been a long week, and I got 7 more days about this same thing in Shelbyville. So I'm going home to sleep about 2 hours light out.
Bless your heart.
It's another 7 days. But we do. We appreciate everybody today, Channel 22, and we look forward to the fair in 1989.
And when do you start gearing up for it?
Monday morning.
Monday morning.
We'll clear everything out this next week or two, and we've got some reports to send into Nashville, and then we've got the convention in January in Nashville, and then we'll start cranking back up for 1989. It'll be here before you know it.
I know it. That's for sure. Well, thanks a lot, Gary, for taking time out and talk with us. We're going to take you now to our next class, which is in the ring. Thanks. You can sit there. You don't have to. Thanks a lot. And you see the Plantation Pleasure class.
Becky, there's not a lot of difference between the Plantation Pleasure class and the walking show pleasure class. They don't have the built-up feet in the Plantation Pleasure class that they have in the walking show pleasure.
And we some young riders. I'm not positive, but I believe that's Becky Welch, who has already won second twice. Yes, she's in here. She's already won second twice tonight. And now that's not that color you were talking about. Is that Palomino? Or
No,
what?
but that's a roan.
That's what you were talking about.
Yeah, but that's a real light roan. A real light one.
A light one. Okay, this is, as you mentioned, the Plantation Pleasure class. No built-up feet
That's
in
right.
this one.
So that's the only difference really in this class. And in class 16, it's class 15 that was walking show pleasure. The only difference is the built-up feet.
We've got quite a big class here. We're going to let you know who the folks are in this class. Number 465 is Prestigious Future, ridden by Elizabeth Bell Rains.
Number 123 is Bill with Bobby Moss up.
Number 436 is Burton's Pride, ridden by Joe Burton from McNiville.
And 427 is Pete Jester with David Hall up from Cookville.
Number 165 is Pride's Black Gold with Nell DeWright.
Number 8 is Smoker Troppy with Becky Welch up from Cookville, Tennessee.
Number 490 is Ball, ridden by Diane Mathis of Baxter.
And number 466 is Spirit Allen with Alzie
Baldwin, I believe,
from Clark Range.
Yeah. Number 77 is Eva Souvenir Go-Boy, ridden by Penny Phillips, Cookville.
And number 20 is Willie's Roan Allen A83 with Bill Welch up.
Number 463 is Chicker Doors, ridden by Julie Connor.
And number 438 is Ebony's Arrow with Shannon Peterson up from Oliver Springs, Tennessee.
473 is Atra Sunset Honey, ridden by Tommy Hunter of Gainsboro.
And number 71 is About Right Now with David Maynard up from Cookville.
That's an easy name to read.
And there's our roan horse, Becky. See, it's not a solid color. It's just kind of mingled all together.
It's a speckled horse.
Yeah, it is speckled, but it all kind of runs together.
Pretty horse. Lots of pretty horses tonight. We want to thank the fair manager, Kenny Maynard, for all his help this week. He has done a tremendous job helping us out at Channel 22 and providing us with lots of support here. We hope that you appreciate that as much as we do. He has certainly been a tremendous friend to Channel 22 this week. That's Kenny Maynard, the fair manager of the Putnam County Fair. Okay, you see them moving right along now. And maybe they called him for a walk. Are they going to move him in something else, or?
Becky, the judge has called for him to come in and line up. He's ready to check them over and decide who's the winner.
We have 3 more classes tonight, folks, so if you're still hanging with us, we appreciate that. It's been a tremendous evening, lots of good competition.
And we'd like you to recognize especially a couple of people who have worked very hard as we bring the fair and to get this show ready. First, the fair show secretary, Gary Brooks.
And they are lined up on the south side of the grandstand.
They have done a wonderful job.
Lots of folks go into making this horse show possible, and we spoke just a moment ago with Gary Brewington, who is the fair secretary. And as he mentioned, there's just lots of work that goes behind the entire Putnam County Fair, which was the 1987 State County Fair winner.
Becky, our next class is amateurs on walking horses, and the riders are 18 and over. So that should be a real good class coming in next.
It certainly should. We just have so much fun up here. I hope it's as much fun for people at home as it is for us. I'm not real sure, but we sure do enjoy it. Debbie's a delight to work with, and you're coming back next year now, aren't you? Okay. You're coming back next year. Oh, you're too good. And we'll have to get you on a little roving report next year behind the barn. You did real well with that.
I enjoyed that.
That was interesting.
More fun than anything.
It was really interesting, and I would like to see them get ready with their put all that harness and junk on.
Since he's turning the camera back around
Okay.
at us, and I know my makeup's gone, I'm going to let him show this horse. This was a 1987 Grand Champion, and it was coin card cash.
The 1987.
That's right. I don't know how good you can see it at home, but
that's a beautiful horse. Black horse, right?
Mm-hmm. And so after next Saturday, I'll have a new one in there to show you.
That's right. You'll have the 1988. We'll look for that. There you see him.
Isn't he beautiful?
That's the 1987 World Grand Champion.
Ears are pointed out so, and how his conformation is, and the okay, see how his backing is lower than the front end, and it's just that's a good, well, it's
perfect example.
World Grand Champion, 1987.
And the World Grand Champion is always decided in Shelbyville.
Always. Yeah.
That's the place, huh? And they will have some more competition going on up through. What night of next week? Next Saturday. Yeah. So a whole week.
So we'll be going back and forth.
Miss Donna, you have something for us to draw while we're waiting here for... There's a whole lot of them here. While we're waiting for our... oh, my goodness. Look at all the wonderful people who have stopped by our Channel 22 Fair booth and signed up to win something here. We have lots of people. We're going to try and... mix them up just a little. Not going to mix them up too much. Yeah, here.
We lost one.
Yeah, let's turn the mic on. Here. How would you like to? Hi. How would you like to draw this for us? This will be for the Lawrence Welk album, but first we're going to have to go to the winners. As soon as we get the winners, we're going to come back here and draw, and you're going to help us.
The trophy belongs to you. Entry number 165, that's Nelda Wright on Pride's Black Gold. Pride's Black Gold with Nelda Wright aboard takes the Blue Ribbon Award and the trophy. Second to win this class, second goes to entry number 436, Burton's Pride. That's Joe Burton riding. Third award goes to 466 Spirits Allen Elsie Baldwin, the rider. And the fourth award Ford to 77. Elam Souvenir Go Boy, and Penny Phillips in the saddle tonight. 77. Elam Souvenir Go Boy takes third. And the 5th award in this class to entry number 20, Willie's Roan Allen A83, and that's Bill Welsh. Bill Welsh riding Willie's Roan Allen A83, number 20, the 5th in the class. And let's give all of these entries in the Plantation Pleasure class a big round of applause. Good job to all the entries.
And that's our class there. Which class was that?
That was Class 17, the Plantation Pleasure, with a no built-up feet.
And Nelda Wright took first place in that class from Cookville.
On Pride's Black Gold, and she's won a tremendous amount of classes tonight. We appreciate her support at the Putnam County Fair.
Sure do. And she had a fine showing Thursday night, in fact. So
she sure did.
We're glad Nelda's done well at the Putnam County Fair. We're glad to see her. Okay, now we started to draw here a minute ago for some of our things that we're giving away. We're going to start off with that Lawrence Welk album, because we have the Lawrence Welk series on Saturday nights at 8 o'clock. See Donna Kappas here. And Thursday at 11. That's Lawrence Welk, if you like Lawrence Welk. Okay, and John is going to help me draw here. John, what's your last name? What's your last name?
Nipper.
And where are you from?
Cookville, Tennessee.
Okay, very good, John. Now what I want you to do is I want you to not look. Don't look at this box now. Look over there at Keith. Yeah, all right, and reach your hand in this box and pull me out a name. You can dig down deep, or you can get one on the top, or whatever you want to do. Now, he's stuck down pretty good there. All right, here's going to this Lawrence Welk album. Is Jeannie Nash of Cookville. Jeannie, you are the proud owner of a Lawrence Welk album. All right, we hope you like Lawrence Welk. Now, we're going to draw now for the cap, the WCTE-TV sports cap. And, John, what's your friend's name here? Chris, what's your last name? Chris McCaleb, and you're from Phil? All right, Chris, now I want you to do the same thing. Look over there, but dig down in here and get me a good, oh, Chris is digging deep.
Real deep.
Yes,
I entered early in the week.
Yes, if you entered early in the week, Chris is giving you a shot at the WCTE-TV cap. And the winner of that cap, Blake Neighbors of Cookville. Blake Neighbors of Cookville, you just won the WCTE cap. Now we're going to throw these back in here that got scooted out there as Chris dug so deep. And we're going to give one more person a chance.
Are you sure my name's in there?
I don't know. We're going to give one more person a chance here for the Sesame Street chair. We've got a new person up here, and your name is Catherine, and you're Cookville. And your last name is Nipper? Catherine Nipper. All right, now, Catherine, look away. I don't want you to look at the box. Dig down in there and get me a Sesame. Well, she just pulled one right there off top. The Sesame Street chair winner goes to Lindsay Cameron. Lindsay Cameron of Cookville, I suppose. You are the winner of the Sesame Street chair. We'll be getting all those things to you as soon as we can. Figure it out.
Lindsay, if you don't want the chair, give me a call at Coldwell Banker.
Oh, you know Lindsay, huh? Yeah, she'll be trying to buy that chair from you. I know Debbie. All right, we're going to go out to the center ring and see what our horses are. Thank you all, fine folks, for having us draw these. You did a good job.
Lindsay, I'll bring you the chair if you trust me.
No, I don't think Lindsay will trust you.
I don't think she'll trust me.
No.
Becky, we've got a real good class in here that we've been missing. It's the amateurs on walking horses, and this is a real good, competitive class. And the riders have to be 18 and over in this class.
Debbie, I do want to say thanks to everybody who stopped by our booth. We had hundreds of names in there,
really
including you. But your name didn't get drawn. I'm sorry.
Every year.
Every year you look. But we do appreciate those folks who came by. And next year we may even try and get a bigger box. I think we needed a bigger box.
You know, Becky, we had people come by our booth and they'd say, oh, I'm not going to enter that because I've entered it every year and I never win. Well, there's only one person, or in your case, 3 people that's going to win each year. And Kate never could.
Yeah, really, that's right. Kate
and if you don't enter, you're certainly not going to win.
And I mean, what does it hurt? You put your name in and somebody's going to get pulled out.
That's right.
So next year, it might be you. So don't stop, make sure you stop by the WCTE-TV booth at the Putnam County Fair.
That's right.
When we will be
if
bringing
you
you coverage.
Seeing us live,
that's right.
Let us know. And let us know what you want to see different. or what you want to see us add.
Or what kind of information you'd like to hear. And we'll try to accommodate when at all possible.
That's
Sometimes
right.
our schedule does not allow, but we'll try to accommodate. We are seeing Class 18 with amateurs on walking horses, right?
Number 222 is South Work Stock with Odell Wittenberg from Crossville.
Number 133 is Ebony's Boomer with Gene Swallows of Monterey.
Number 87 is Dawn's First Light with Carl Hollingsworth from Sparta.
Number 165 is Mama Dearest Pride.
How about that?
With Bob Prophet of Tompkinsville, Kentucky.
Number 464 is Rare Threat with Ray Sweat from Sparta up.
Number 290 is Shakers Bay Man with Greg Swiger from Harriman. Or Greg Sieber, I'm sorry, Greg Sieber. And I believe, I've got a note here that that's Tompkinsville, Tennessee, rather than Kentucky, but I'm not sure. So, we hope that you've been enjoying looking at these fine walking horses.
Now, Becky, this class is usually as interesting as the state class because this is your top of the line walking horse, except the difference is you've got amateurs on here. These men riding in this class are not trainers. They're not professionals. They do something else to earn their living. So this is a good class in that it's a more competitive class among people that just simply enjoy this as a pleasure hobby.
And
you know,
what
go
are they
ahead.
doing now? I was going to say they just slowed them down to walk. Are they going to ask for something?
It's going to ask for a canter. But in ladies' amateur class, they don't call on them to canter. But as this is the grand finale of the amateur classes, they are going to call on them to canter because they've got to do all three gates and do them all well.
Now, is this a men's class or can ladies?
Ladies could be in this class. This is just 18 and older on the riders. You know, these riders we were talking about do this strictly for pleasure. They can earn their living training walking horses or breeding horses. This has got to be a hobby for them. And the purpose of the breed in the beginning was for riding, driving, and general farm work. But now it's become simply a pleasure mount for people who, want a hobby and find recreation in the saddle. So it's not a breed that you used to work with like the quarter horses are.
I think we can commend the folks for moving this show right along. They had a lot of class this night. They didn't get started until almost 7:30, and now they're lining them up on our side to judge this class. There you see our judge. He is from Franklin. His name is Harold White. Will he ask them to back up here, or?
No. He's just simply judging them on showmanship and conformation. And this judge is not wasting any time tonight. I mean, normally they'll walk all the way around the horse. And he's just...
And he has just briskly walked by them.
That's right.
And there you see our ringmaster from Livingston, who is Bill Thomas.
We've been really fortunate tonight not having any delays. As sure as I say this is going to happen. But we've not thrown a shoe all night.
No, and last year we did have that problem several times.
Yeah.
So that was, we've been lucky.
I found this in the rule book a few minutes ago that in event a horse pulls a shoe during a class, he may finish the class or take the gate at the option of the owner or the rider. 7 minutes will be granted to replace one shoe. 7 minutes.
Then what happens if they throw another shoe?
I thought you were only granted 7 minutes timeout period.
Oh, really?
And I really think that's what the Tennessee Walking Horse Breeders Association set forth in their rules, unless it's been changed recently. But I think you've only got 7 minutes. So if you lose two shoes, and we've had that happen, you lose one and they put it back on, and you've got 5 minutes left, you've still got... Yeah,
time to get it in. Huh?
You've still got time to get the other shoe on. But normally, if you've thrown a shoe with these walking horses, you've got to have, and that's an important job, is having a good farrier available at the show. Because when they throw a shoe, they've got bands around from the side of the horseshoe all the way around that hoof to hold those pads on. So if they throw a shoe, a lot of times, part of the hoof will come with it.
Oh.
And so it's a really important job, and they're expensive to get shod. And so when somebody throws a shoe, they can't just pick up any shoe and put back on the horse, because those pads are cut and sized for the shape of the horse's foot, for the way he walks. The height of the pad can certainly and does make a difference in the way the horse walks and the way he performs. So if they throw a shoe, they're going to go to great lengths to find that shoe and put it right back on the horse.
And you wouldn't, I would think, as an owner or rider, you would be concerned about something being put back on quickly that would have certainly affect your horse.
That's right.
In the amateur class, you'll ride across the track now to the opposite side of the ring for the presentation. And in this class, the first place trophy and the blue ribbon belongs to entry number 87. That's Carl Hollingsworth riding Dawn's First Light. Dawn's First Light with Carl Hollingsworth riding. Second place award in the class goes to entry number 222, South Fork Stock. Odell Wittenberg is the rider. South Fork Stock is second. Third in the class goes to 165, Bombardier's Pride, and Bob Profit is the rider. Fourth award in this class to 133, Ebony's Boomer, and Gene Swallows is up. Gene Swallows aboard Ebony's Boomer, fourth in the class. Fifth award to 464, Rare Threats, Roy Sweat riding, taking fourth.
And taking first place was Carl Hollingsworth of Sparta on Dawn's First Light. This was a good class. We got to see some really fine walking. And that there you some folks still hanging in there. Even some little ones still watching what's going on.
That little one's wave is awful weak.
Yeah, but I bet what's in that cup's helped keep her awake for a few more hours.
I'd say it will.
That Coca-Cola.
We've got the speed racing class coming in.
Now, what's that?
That's our racing horses. We've seen 2 or 3 classes already tonight with them. We've seen 3 classes tonight. But this class, the last class we had was style racing horses. This one is speed. So this is going to be a real fun thing. Get everybody woke up real good before the
Well, they're even
state
coming
class.
in the ring fast.
You got it.
They don't waste any time, do they?
I love this class because the crowd really gets excited and they get into it. And the horses really go fast. Style is not as important in this class as speed is, so it's more or less a race.
Now, are these some of the same racking horses that we've seen tonight, or is this like a different
No,
breed?
it can be the same ones again. So you could have brought a racking horse to the horse show tonight and have shown in 4 classes. It's a good little horse to have.
That would be a good
Be a
horse
good
to have
family horse
if you
to
can
have.
stay on a fast horse.
But you want me to tell you how many classes you could have had another horse in? You'd have the quarter horse. You could have entered 2, both quarter horse Western Pleasures, and
What if you had a walking horse?
well, we could have gone in and sent a child in the juvenile class. So there's 1. Amateur specialty class is 2. If the same horse had been 15, 2 and under, we could put him back in that class. So there's 3. And bring him back in for the amateur class is 4. And then bring him back in for the state class. Had him in 5 classes.
My goodness.
So that, you know, they're good versatile horses, and they've called for them to move on. And you can see how much faster these horses are moving than any other that we've seen tonight. Now he's going to look at them for consistency and to make sure they don't break. And I break this one we just saw in the corner of the camera broke. If they get to going a little too fast, Becky, they'll try to go into a lope, and you've got to really keep control of them. There's one that broke. To keep them from breaking.
Is a lope like a gallop? Is it the same thing?
Uh-huh. So you've got to keep control of them, keep them from going too fast. You've got to keep that style. There's one that broke a little.
Would they ever call?
He broke.
Oh, they're really coming around this bend fast. I mean, they are moving.
So what you want to keep, there's a good one. Let's see. Now, when this judge calls for a reverse, we think we've seen fast horses. But when he calls for a reverse and they let go,
we're really going to see it, huh?
Hold on to your hat.
There you see him, moving right along.
And I think you're seeing why this is so popular.
That's right. I'd start to say it's certainly gotten the crowd moving. People are shouting and hollering and already picking out a favorite and cheering them on. In this class, we have number 194, Blackjack, ridden by Rick Butcher. Number 191 is Rex, ridden by Johnny Hargis.
Number 423 is Cinnamon Delight with Penny Baker up from Greenback.
Number 68 is Dickens Delight, ridden by Jesse Dickens.
Number 483 is Rocket Man with Calvin Wright up from Riceville, Tennessee.
Number 161 is Page's Bay Lady, ridden by Greg Page of Tompkinsville, Kentucky.
Number 468 is Doc with Kenneth Neely up from Clark Range.
Number 90 is Sensations Ace, ridden by Billy Kerr from Tompkinsville, Tennessee.
Number 235 is Lightning with Tommy Rivers up.
Number 188, Sprout, is that Sprouts?
Sports Glowing Image.
Sports Glowing Image with Quentin Guffey from Monterey.
32 is Becky Streaker. And James Pierce is the owner.
I believe it must be Tompkinsville, Kentucky. I can't imagine there being one from Tompkinsville, Kentucky and one from Tompkinsville, Tennessee, but maybe. We'll just watch them run and not worry about it.
And they're on the reverse, and they're moving on, Becky. They're not going quite as fast as I thought they would.
Well, there are some that are moving.
And we see them breaking. Now he's asked them to rack on, so now we're going for it.
Now, can they get into a gallop now?
No, they cannot.
Still cannot, huh?
Still have to keep that form, and he's just lost it.
He just went
in front of the judge.
He just went into a gallop.
That's a good example.
So they're moving right along, but they're not really galloping.
You'll notice it's just a real fast gait, but not a lope or gallop or canter. That's the whole idea, to see how fast you can go with that horse without going into a canter or a lope. Because it's a lot easier for the horse to lope than it is for him to keep running.
But now these horses wouldn't canter, right? They're not that kind of horse.
I never had, no.
Well, boy, I like that kind. I wish I could ride that kind of horse where you could, I wish I could stay on that kind of horse.
I would want a seat belt.
Yeah, really. I guess if you're that kind of person that doesn't like to fall off, you shouldn't ride this horse, right?
No.
Well, I probably should ride that horse. I think the merry-go-round is about my speed. I should stay with that. And we have them lining up on the south side now, you see?
And the judge is really checking them over fast.
He's making a decision. It probably won't take him too long to hand in his winners. And this was a pretty good-sized class. There were quite a few entries in this.
But, you know, it wasn't that hard a class to judge, Becky, because when they broke in that fast rack, that either eliminated them or put them down on the list. So the best horse may not be the winner. The one that we thought had the prettiest style, went the fastest, is the one that went the fastest and stayed consistent inside that gate. And, you know, you really had to watch, because what we saw on camera may not have been, and that's so important, you need to be here, because you may not see on TV what the judge is seeing if they broke right in front of the judge.
That's true, because you are, obviously, we try to show you several different horses at the same time, and yet if you're sitting in the grandstand and watching, you're watching all of the horses at the same time.
So if you're at home, it's better than not. If you're not able to come, it's better than not being able to participate in the fun of the fair at all, but you are missing something
by not coming.
Yeah, because we saw some of the horses get down in the bend, in the turn, and they'd start to go into a lope or turn. And some of them maybe only would break for just maybe 3 steps, and that rider was so good that he could get control back of the horse again and get him back before the judge ever saw it.
Do these horses, do they ever, obviously they train them to do this, but do they ever let them really run? I mean, do they ever get them out and really run them?
They can fly. I don't know.
Well, you think, do they do that? And if they do that, does it make it difficult to get them to stop at a certain point and not go into that gallop or lope?
It would. You've just got to really keep good control over that horse to make sure that he's not, and run him as fast as you can, and yet not go to that lope. And I wonder if that, and this is something we do need to check on in the racking horses, if this is something, one reason that they may not have a lope to this gate, this breed.
Would it just be too fast? Would it just...
Well, it might cause them to want to go into that gate more frequently. That's something we need to check on.
Well, that's something for next year we'll look into.
That's right.
For the racking horses.
In the speed racking class, right across the ring for the presentation of the blue ribbon and trophy. The speed racking class was won by entry number 32. That's Becky Streaker, and James Pierce is the rider. All other awards on the same side that you're parked on. And to get that second place award, riding in is number 68, Dickens Delight, and Jesse Dickens. Jesse Dickens on Dickens Delight is second. Third award goes to 483. That's Rocket Man, and Calvin Wright is aboard. Rocket Man 483 is third. Third goes to 235. That's Lightning, and Tommy Rivers riding. Tommy Rivers on Lightning. The fifth award goes to 194 Blackjack, and Rick Butcher is aboard. That's a speed racking class, and let's give all the riders a big round of applause. Thank you, riders.
Okay, and taking first place was James Pierce on Becky Streaker, and that was a good class.
That was a great class, Becky, and it certainly woke everybody up and got them in the mood for the next class, and that's the walking horse stake class.
And this is the last class of the evening.
It's our last class, and supposedly our very best class.
And we needed
those pages.
That's right. We needed that.
But this class can any age horse, and it can be a mare, stallion, or a gelding, and it's just supposed to be your best horse out of the barn.
Now, we only have 5 entries in this class. Could that be that a lot of owners have already packed up to go home, or why would that be that out of all the classes we've had, we've only have...
This is a big class, and it's your good, best horses, and they're in Shelbyville this week. Now, to divert the traffic from going to Shelbyville, in years past, they gave a $200 stake class, a $200 prize on Saturday night. And we had a Friday night show and a Saturday night show that was open to the world. And in order to be eligible to win on Saturday night, you had to ride on Friday night.
Oh, that was clever.
That was. And we had some of the best top-name trainers and best horses here at the Cookeville Putnam County Fair. And at that time, it was known as the Middle Tennessee Walking Horse Stake Championship.
Oh.
And it was really an honor to win. When you won in Cookeville, you won a top show. And I had the honor of winning that show when I was 17 years old.
Well, my goodness, something.
That's been about 17 years ago. And I got $200 prize and beat several top-name trainers, and I was real proud of that.
Is that when you got the silver tray?
Back then, but back then we also got a horseshoe that was made out of flowers, and they put it over the horse's neck. And it was just beautiful. Mr. Miliori.
Yes.
Donated that.
Well, how nice.
And
did they take a picture? Do you have a big picture? Well, next year you have to bring the picture of you and the horse.
We'll try to do that.
For the state champion of Middle Tennessee. How about that? See, we learn more about you every day.
You know it was me.
Yeah, I will. I will know. Okay, now, and this is a good size class.
This is our best horses we've seen tonight. So we've got some great people in here.
And the crowd, they're cheering them on. We're going to let you know who we've got in here. Number 37 is Copy Royal Delight with Tommy Trisdale riding.
Number 421 is Senator Speaker with Ray Tolcup from Preston Sweeney as the owner.
Number 71 is Delight Last Son with Ralph Chaffin And Mr. and Mrs. James Kennard are the owners. And, of course, Ralph, as I told you before, was a wonderful supporter of Channel 22. We appreciate that.
Great. Number 475 is Ebony Stand
4
with John Swafford up from Pikeville, Tennessee.
Number 77 is Sensations King with Randall Phillips. Glenn Bowe is the owner of Jamestown.
And they're in the rocking chair canter, Becky. And we've got a good, this is John Swafford up that we're looking at now, and he's making a beautiful example of the canter.
And there.
The judge is watching them to see how fast they're moving, if the back end's still scooting up underneath them, and if they're on the correct lead.
And but we just saw Ralph Chaffin a moment ago.
This one's going just, that black horse is going just a tad bit slow. Isn't that pretty?
That's beautiful.
See how easy that rider might look. Now he's called for him to go back into a flat foot walk. In just a minute, he'll ask for a reverse and for him to turn around and go back into a flat foot walk. Everything they do, they have to go back to a flat foot walk and start over again.
There you see Randall Phillips on Sensations King.
Gave him just a minute's break to catch his breath. Now that horse, see how stocky he is, tells you that he's probably, well, they're all little stocky horses. So you know these horses are probably 4 or 5 years old and up. They've got a little age on them. And the crowd's really with this guy.
That's Ralph Chaffin. And he is from Cookville. He is the trainer. Mr. and Mrs. James Kennard, the owner. Mr. Light last son.
John Swafford up.
John Swafford is on Ebony Stand-In. There you see Randall Phillips.
Now, Becky, I've got us tied between, he's asked for a running walk now for him to walk on. So we're going to see some good action. Now, we've had one that's broke over here in the curve that we didn't see in the camera. And I'll tell you, I'm kind of got it tied in my mind between Tommy Trisdale and my second choice just broke in front of the judge. And the crowd's with him, too. This guy right here.
Is that Ralph?
Nothing. 421 is Ray Talk.
Ray Talk.
And he was my number 2 choice. Now, this is my number 1 choice, and it's the other guy. Bless his heart, broke in front of the judge.
That must be a difficult...
The judge is really watching him, see? And I still think he's the best horse. He's just got some problem
Which
with
one?
him.
The one, 421?
On the end, Yeah.
421. Ray Talk.
And they've asked for him to go on into a canter again.
Senator Speaker.
So unless something happens here with, and it did, Tommy Trisdale's horse took the wrong lead in the canter. They had to stop and start over again. So we're at a, okay, now both horses are even again. This made a little more interesting show tonight. Now they're both even.
Oh, now that they've both sort of broken in one gate, then now they're sort of back on equal ground.
So the judge has got to decide, was it worse that Tommy's horse took that's a good horse.
That's such a big horse, too. He's so big. And there you see him.
And I may be way off base, but that horse looks like an Ebony Masterpiece bloodline. You know, and because both those horses broke, and I think they're 2 of the best ones in here, the judge may put them way down because consistency is number 1.
I guess what I was wondering is why, and they're going to line up on our side, and this is the final show tonight, and of course, Wayne Neighbors playing the Tennessee Waltz.
Look at the look on the judge's face. He's got a scowl on his...
He's ready to make a decision, I think.
Well, I think he's kind of disgusted with both of them messing up.
He knew what he wanted. Here you see a slow motion coming up here of the canter.
All right, and that's John Swafford's horse. And see how his back legs come way up.
Almost right under him.
I really do like, see how high that outside back leg comes up.
That's real, and how low the back end of him goes down, right?
But see the back leg, look at this one, the one in back. See how high up off the ground, and see the other one how it scoots.
And that's really what you wanted to do.
No,
that's not what you wanted to do.
That back one, the one that's up so high now,
too high?
it's going up way too high. And that's just not it really shouldn't have come up that high.
Looks good to me. I think he looks like he's rocking right along.
Now, I'm being real critical.
Well,
but
you have to realize, too.
See here,
yeah.
See, it's a jumping, hoppy look.
Of course, when you look at it on slow motion, that's something that the judge can't see. Yeah. I mean, obviously, if it's slowed down that much.
One thing that's so great about this is that these people are in your viewing range in this winter. They can look and see what their horse was doing wrong, and
work on it.
And work on it. And I've had several different riders make the comment that they did that last year.
Is that right?
Yeah.
They would watch and see what to do different, huh? Well, you see 5 anxious gentlemen waiting to hear the judge's call. And it's been a wonderful evening of horse show here at the Putnam County Fair. Ralph Chaffin's right in front of us. Ralph came down during one of our membership drives and with the Upper Cumberland Horseback Riders and Breeders Association and helped us out during our membership drive along with many other folks, Brenda Turnage, Kathy Wallace, and lots of others. We appreciate them.
Got a good look at Tommy Trusdale.
There's right.
And he's on a beautiful horse. I just hate it so bad that you want
to do them up. You want them to start over, right?
Go over
and start again. And we'll just forget that first time.
And it's possible that we saw on the TV what the judge didn't see. He may never have seen that, but I think he did.
Well, I believe they're getting ready to announce winners of this particular category. So we're going to Drew Huffine.
Park. Riding across the ring now for the presentation of the first place trophy in the blue ribbon. It belongs to you, 421. Senate Speaker Roy Falk rides to the blue in the class. Roy Falk on Senate Speaker. Second place in this class, second goes to entry number 37, Copies Royal Delight, and Tommy Trisdale. Tommy Trisdale on Copies Royal Delight is second in this class. Third award, third goes to number 71, Delight Slash Son, and Ralph Chaffin is the rider. Ralph Chaffin, riding Delight Slash Son to third. Fourth award to number 77, Sensations King, Randall Phillips is the rider. And the fifth award goes to number 475, Ebony Stand-In, John Swafford is riding. Thank you, ladies and gentlemen, for a fine night. Very gracious audience, we appreciate it.
Right all the way around on that last stake class. For a Ride for Glory, I'm surprised that with this being the...
I am too. And we're ending it.
We're ending it.
With a Tennessee.
All anxiety.
Oh, I thought surely he'd have to end it on a Tennessee Waltz.
He played that for the... They lined up. He played that. And as you saw there, Roy Talk took first and Tommy Trisdale took second. That's what you called. You said it would be like that. How'd you know? You're just good at this. That's all. Ralph Chaffin came out with third. Randall Phillips fourth and John Swafford fifth. So that was a good class. It's been a wonderful 1988 from County Fair.
I've enjoyed it, Becky. I'm Debbie Norris.
And I'm Becky Robertson-McGurl. We hope that you've enjoyed and that you will let us know how you enjoy our live fair coverage by writing WCTE-TV, Post Office Box 2040, Cookeville, Tennessee 38502. And for the entire staff of Channel 22, thank you very much for watching. We'll see you next year.
Good night.
WCTE-TV, Cookeville, Tennessee now ends another broadcast day. WCTE operates on Channel 22 with assigned frequencies of 518 to 524 megacycles and a maximum radiated power of 660,000 watts visual and 120,000 watts aural as authorized by the Federal Communications Commission in Washington, D.C. Our transmitter is located atop Brotherton Mountain east of Cookeville, with studios and business offices in the southwest corner of Tucker Stadium on the campus of Tennessee Technological University in Cookeville, Tennessee. Serving the people of the Upper Cumberland area with both local and network programming, WCTE is owned and operated by the Upper Cumberland Broadcast Council. We invite you to join us again tomorrow. Good night.